third edition of HerZindagi's Womenpreneur Awards. Today we are all here to see some riveting discussions. You're going to hear some amazing people talk about their journeys, not just their personal journeys, but also their professional journeys and how their personal and professional journeys have merged into one. Now, I have hosted these awards before as well, and what I can tell you is that today is not just going to be an award ceremony. It is so much more than that. HerZindagi Group knows how to celebrate women. They know how to celebrate women from diverse lifestyles, diverse professions, and how everyone comes together and talks about what makes them click. And that's the beauty of today. So can I please ask you to give a huge round of applause to yourselves? And also give a huge round of applause to the HerZindagi Group. Today we'll be talking about women who have broken barriers. We will be talking about women who have dreamt big. We'll be talking about women who are successful homemakers, but at the same time, they also know how to create a business. Because don't all homeowners actually own a business already in their kitchens and their homes, and they run it like a tight ship. So before we engage into more discussions and panels and insights, can I ask the team to play a small AV to set the tone of the evening and so that everyone can see what we are all about today. Thank you.
A salute to the indomitable spirit of India's businesswomen. Women entrepreneurs aren't just breaking barriers, they are building empires, creating jobs, and driving economic growth. HerZindagi.com is proud to honor and celebrate their remarkable journeys. Welcome to the Womenpreneur Awards 2025, a celebration of her who leads, who inspires, and who means business. The third edition of the Womenpreneur Awards is bigger, bolder, more impactful. Powered by Ficky Flow and Women Innovators, this is the platform where visionaries meet opportunity. For the past winners, these awards have been a game changer, boosting credibility, visibility, and opening doors. This year too, the Womenpreneur Awards has seen hundreds of nominations across 18 categories. A jury of the finest leaders in the industry have painstakingly reviewed and rated all the entries and arrived at the winners. So, who will take home the trophy? Who will lead the next wave of change? Join us as we honor the women who are changing the world. The Womenpreneur Awards 2025, where dreams are realized, barriers are shattered, and women mean business.
A huge round of applause. For everything that Jagran New Media does, they do it with a bang, and this is one of them. Before we start the evening, I would like to invite someone really special. Can you please join me in welcoming Mr. Kaur, COO of Jagran New Media, to say a few words. The more I say about Gauravji, the less it will be. 25 years of experience, his journey of driving sales, strategic alliances, it has been incredible. And everything that he has done, there's innovation, there is adaptability. So let's hear it from you yourself, please, sir. Please round of applause.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's an absolute honor to welcome you all for the Womenpreneur Awards 2025, a celebration of resilience, innovation, and unstoppable spirit of women entrepreneurs. Tonight, we can recognize the visionaries who are shaping businesses, redefining industries, and inspiring change. Today's women entrepreneurs are breaking barriers, challenging conventions, and making their mark in every field. Their journeys are a testament of perseverance, passion, and power of belief. They are not just building businesses, they are shaping the future and inspiring the next generation of leaders. At HerZindagi, we are dedicated to bringing you stories that resonate with inspiring. Through our platforms, we celebrate the voices of women who challenge the status quo, lead with purpose, and create lasting impact. From the grassroots change makers to industry leaders, HerZindagi is committed to showcasing the journeys that empower and uplift. At Jagran New Media, we believe in the power of stories, and today we are here to honor the remarkable journeys that deserve to be heard. Let's celebrate their achievements, learn from their experiences, and continue to support a future driven by fearless women entrepreneurs. Thank you, and let's make this evening truly unforgettable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arora. What a warm welcome for tonight. Thank you so much for doing that. The next person that I would love to hear from, and I'm so sure that so would all of you, is a lady that I admire greatly in my everyday life. She is everything that you would imagine a woman to be. A successful homemaker, a mother, a woman who takes her work very seriously. She's super passionate about her work, and she's just had twin babies. You know, both of us pretty much had babies at the same time. I had one, and I messaged her how difficult it is, and then I thought, who am I complaining to? She has two, right? But the way she does everything in life is super, super inspiring. Please join me in welcoming the Managing Editor, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran News Media, Megha Namgayan. And while you're at it, make sure you tag us on Instagram at HerZindagi. Use the hashtag #HZWomenpreneur2025. And welcome again this beautiful lady looking gorgeous in blue today.
Thank you so much, Priya. That means a lot. And really, this is what this evening is about. Women breaking that stereotype and really celebrating each other. औरत की दुश्मन नहीं है. Let's tell the world we're here to fix each other's crowns, and this is the real power of community. So good evening, everybody. On that note, let me say it is my privilege and completely my honor to stand before you today at the Womenpreneur Awards 2025. It's a celebration of grit, determination, and vision of incredible women entrepreneurs that you all are. As the managing editor of HerZindagi.com, I am absolutely thrilled to be in the company of extraordinary women like yourselves who are reshaping the future of business, innovation, and leadership. You know, our stories are somewhat similar. You guys smashed the glass ceiling, and at HerZindagi, a women-led, women-run, and women-focused lifestyle website, we live for smashing stereotypes. You know, when they said, what can a women website do? We brought in 20 million readers on the site month on month. When they said, it's just gossip and thrill, we showed them what meaningful journalism is all about. They challenged us and we rose higher. Today, the industry acknowledges HerZindagi.com as the #1 women's health website in the country with industry awards and accolades. 2 years ago, when we conceptualized the Womenpreneur Awards, the intention was to bring to fore the spirit of resilience, creativity, and breaking barriers, all things that define a woman entrepreneur. Whether it's a woman launching a startup from her living room, scaling a family business, or pioneering change in a traditionally male-dominated industry, you, ladies, demonstrate the power of believing in yourself, no matter the odds. This year, let me tell you, we got more than 250 entries, and these were such incredible stories of founders and business leaders who have challenged the status quo, and they are turning their dreams into action. They're building businesses that are changing the landscape of industries, communities, and lives. We realize that every entrepreneur's journey is different. But you know, for women, the journey is often about navigating unique challenges, overcoming societal expectations, balancing, home and work, and then fighting for equal representation and recognition. And despite these hurdles, women that we are honoring tonight have not only persevered, but they have thrived, all of you. They have broken the mold, rewritten the rules, and paved the way for so many others to follow. What we are also going to recognize today is the importance of community. Entrepreneurship, is often seen as a solitary journey, but we know that behind every successful woman, there is a network of mentors and supporters and allies who have helped her rise. From the other women who have walked the same path, to families and partners even who have provided unwavering support. The employees, your team, who help, materialize all the visions. They bring those visions to life. Success is never a one-woman show, you would agree. It is a collective effort, a shared commitment to lifting each other up and creating an ecosystem where all women can thrive. Which is why I say events like the Womenpreneur Awards are so crucial. Because we're not only recognizing individual achievements, but also fostering a community where women entrepreneurs can really connect, share ideas, and inspire one another. Tonight, we're going to celebrate not just the winners, but the women who have taken that leap into entrepreneurship. Your courage, your passion, and leadership are the foundations of a brighter and more inclusive future. To all the nominees, whether you win an award tonight or not, remember that you are champions. Your work, your impact, your journey are inspiring countless others. You have shown with passion, determination, and an unwavering belief in yourself that everything is possible. I would like to extend my gratitude to our knowledge and ecosystem partners, Vicky Flow and community partners, Women Innovators for supporting our vision and guiding us throughout this campaign. Also, the incredible jury comprising of the best and the brightest women leaders. They've spent hours going through the nomination list and understanding all of the vision and challenges of our nominees. Thank you so much for your effort and your guidance. And thank you also to our event partners. Your support in us will go a long way in creating a future where every woman entrepreneur's dream is not just possible, but celebrated. Thank you to the team, brand team, editorial team, the camera, social, all of you who have worked together to make this vision of entrepreneurship, celebration of entrepreneurship, a reality. So thank you very, very much for coming tonight. Let's enjoy this incredible evening of celebration, inspiration, and recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Megha. As always, a pleasure listening to you. अब इतनी सारी औरतें साथ में आई हैं तो मैं थोड़ा एनर्जी एक्सपेक्ट कर रही हूँ इस रूम से. I'm not even putting the pressure on the men, okay? Because we are celebrating HerZindagi Awards, right? So I'm going to ask all the women to give me a huge, huge cheer and a round of applause for yourselves. I have found a newfound appreciation for women in general. I'm a new mom. So now I understand everything my mom used to tell me. My mom used to tell me कि जब तुम खुद मम्मी बनोगी तब तुम्हें पता चलेगा. And let me tell you, पिछले 11 महीने में मुझे वो सब कुछ पता चल गया. And मुझे ये भी realize हुआ that we women are natural business owners. We run our houses like a business. We run our babies in such a way. We are strict managers. We are CEOs. We are CEOs in our own homes. So when we transfer those skills from home to a work environment, it can make wonders happen. But you go and you talk about women anywhere, women entrepreneurs anywhere, and you will see such fantastic examples in front of you. And we are here to celebrate some of them today. So let's join us for the next round. I would like to give a huge thank you to all our esteemed sponsors. Every time I say a name, please give a huge round of applause. Knowledge and Ecosystem Partner, Vicky Flow. Thank you to our community partner, Women Innovator. Thank you to our partner, LIC, very important. Thank you to our digital media partner, Daily Hunt. Fragrance partner, Franzi Folksy. Beauty partner, White Tone. Thank you to our appliance partner, Kenstar. I can see the team behind, yes. And also thank you to our gifting partner, Clovia. It is time for an inspiring fireside chat, and there is nothing better than seeing people talk about how their journeys have been and how they have come about to do what they do. And for that, I would like to invite Ms. Radhika Ghai. Sorry, before we get to Radhika Ji, let's invite a very special lady who I've got a very special mention of. Harjinder Kaur, please give her a huge round of applause. Past president of Fiki Flow India and also the founder, MD and CEO of Vision India. Can we please have Harjinder Ji on the stage? And to felicitate Harjinder Ji, can I please have Megha on stage as well?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Harjinder and I am the founder and CEO of Vision, an intelligent transport solutions company. I stand here in front of you in various capacities of reputed national and international organizations. As former president of FICIFLO, the largest chamber of commerce and industries for women in India, as an India chair for G20 task force, namely Startup 20 for Inclusion, as a national board member of MSME, Ministry of MSME, as a former advisory board member of National Commission for Women, Government of India, as national vice president of FICCI CMSME, Confederation of MSME, as a global vice chairperson and board member of FIREC, the International Women Entrepreneurial Challenge Foundation, which awards exceptional business women of the world, and as a businesswoman who aims to ensure women economic empowerment. My entrepreneurial journey is that my company Vision designs and executes automation of various national highways and expressways of the country, and that Vision is the largest player in the ecosystem of FASTag implementation in India. When you travel on major expressways and highways in country and you pay by using your FASTag, we are there on the back end doing the settlement of your dues. I feel proud to say that my company Vision does settle 4 million mobility transactions in a day, by far the largest in the world. We ensure the compliance to all security protocols as required in e-payments. And let me mention here that FASTag ecosystem is the one, ladies and gentlemen, where you don't see any frauds happening, usually encountered in other cyber modes of payments. The solutions rolled out by us are deeply integrated with artificial intelligence and sensor-based vehicle classification and fully made in India. In 2022, Mr. Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister of India, awarded me as the first prize as a woman entrepreneur at Vikyan Bhavan. And my no words can express that kind of feeling in my life and that moment in my life. I'm thankful to him for this recognition. I often feel that people have two major preconceived notions about the technology sector. First, that it is dominated by the male gender, and second, that it is domain of largely the first world countries, and I'm glad to say that women in India are shattering these myths. I must share my experience as a woman in the unique sector of business, which is intelligent traffic and transport. You won't see any other woman in the country in this specific area. And I must tell you that I've noticed that when I enter a room for a business negotiation, more often than not, with only men at the other side of the table, their first reaction is incredulity, followed by a silent no confidence motion, and I have to break down. They don't speak it, I can feel it actually. I also think that I've become a toughie because coming from a small town, who had to battle with all the disadvantages that one has to face coming from such a small town, economic self-reliance had become a very important factor for me. And it became just two most powerful words in my life, economic independence and economic empowerment. It has made me what I am today. I believe that women don't fail. And when they get together, they become a superpower. Flow brings that superpower in you. City Ladies Organization. And let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So we set up Flow Startups, which is empowering entrepreneurs, mentors, and investors since 2019, and we are not looking back. We realize that to drive true development, we must go beyond training entrepreneurs. We need to provide mentorship, train mentors, and encourage women to become investors as well. What we have done over the last 4 years? She As Is, our flagship program, has received 2,500 plus applications, providing training to 700 plus entrepreneurs on various aspects of building a business. Signed 40 plus MOUs at national and state levels to promote entrepreneurship and develop startup ecosystems. These partnerships include Stanford, IPV, Stronger, Virginia Tech, Goldman Sachs, and leading universities like IITs. These collaborations have helped women ideate, launch, and scale their businesses. And ladies, this is just the beginning. My advice here in the end to the women, next is to know clearly what you want. Build relationships for it. Connect with thought leaders. Be prepared to venture out of your comfort zone. Be ruthless. Be ambitious. And be the best person for the job. Because when we get together, we are the superpower. And we all know that financially independent women in any part of the world is the catalyst for the empowerment of other women. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, Harjinder. And I have to tell you off the note that I've been a part of a few FICCI events, and they're absolutely amazing. What you're doing is incredible. I've met some of the most incredible women at FICCI Flow in Lucknow and Ahmedabad and in so many different cities. So thank you for doing what you do. Please give her a huge round of applause. In order to felicitate, ma'am, please stay on stage. Ms. Harjinder Kaur, can I please invite Megha ji back on stage? Please continue clapping for these amazing women and for the amazing things that they do. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. हाँ, feminine energy feel होनी चाहिए room में आज. Yes.
So Rashmi, Sarika, and Ankurita, and we have some governing board members here. Can you please join me on stage here? Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Salvar. Thank you, Megha. It is time for us to now begin our fireside chats as well. And I'm so excited about this first one. We have someone very special with us who has actually made a billion-dollar business, and she has paved the way for countless of other women to lead in the way that she has led herself. Please join me in welcoming Radhika Ghai, CEO and founder of Life, India's first woman to lead a unicorn startup. Can I please ask Megha to join in as well? With a remarkable journey of resilience, innovation, leadership, Radhika ji continues to empower and inspire women across industries. And we will be hearing from both of them today on the topic, Navigating the Entrepreneurial Maze, Lessons from India's First Woman Unicorn. एक बार जोर से तालियां फिर से बजाएं.
Thank you for your patience, but this is a conversation I think that you do not want to miss. Take out your notepads or your phones and make notes, because I have with me Radhika. Because Radhika, thank you, you have showed us that women unicorns are not mythical creatures. It is possible. And what you have achieved makes women entrepreneurs across the country, across the board, feel and believe that they can do it too, right? You took on a male-dominated industry literally by the horns, and you permanently changed the face of Indian commerce, getting your unicorn status in nearly 5 years after launching Shop Cruise in 2011. That is incredible. A round of applause before we begin the questions. Thank you. Radhika, this is a room full of women entrepreneurs, and this is hardly a percentage of women entrepreneurs currently, 2025. What was the landscape like back in 2011 when you were looking at, or even before, when you were looking at launching Shop Cruise? Were there enough women entrepreneurs, and how does that impact the life of another woman entrepreneur?
Thank you so much for having me, Amrika. And hats off to everybody who is here. The fact that you're here listening to this conversation and celebrating women entrepreneurship is a major victory for ourselves as well. And I also want to give a shout out to Ms. Kaur. I think she's here. She's been an inspiration for me when we started. I don't think we've met officially, but there are such few. I think that's the best I can answer our question. That there are such few role models around, and you've always been one for me. Thank you. So, great question. We moved back. Well, let me take a step back. I started my career in the US in investment banking, and that was one of the first times we'd moved to the US, done my MBA there, and as I was going through what were the jobs available, I realized that some of the best paying jobs were in investment banking and in consulting, which is, for all the MBAs here, that's not a surprise, right? And when I went into the Career Center, which is one of the top MBA schools in the US, I realized that no women from India had ever gotten into investment banking. And for me, I had risked so much, I had spent so much to be in the US, to get my MBA, that I wanted to make the most out of it. And I decided that I'm going to do investment banking. When I went in for my interview, there were about 80 of us across all the best schools from the US, and there were about 6 women, and there was this one brown girl that was me. And I think that has been a reflection of pretty much everything to follow in my life as well. I don't think I went out to try to break barriers, but the quote, as Urushi Rotera says, "Mera hamesha number one aa jata hai." So, for those of you who are not watching social media, please go watch it. It's really worth it. But hats off. It is how it is. If you're ambitious, if you really want to achieve something in life, you will always have to break barriers. When we started in 2011, there have been times when I've pitched to investors where the investors have insisted on talking just to my male co-founder. And I run the business, I have the numbers, and we're a massive company, but they couldn't make eye contact with me.
They couldn't trust it.
No, it's just, they just didn't have the ability to communicate with a woman leader. And we remember walking away from such investors because that's not the way we'd be able to build the business. So breaking barriers, very important. It's inadvertent at some time. I don't think a lot of us start off thinking we will be the first this, we will be the first that. But when you do become the first something, it is your duty to make sure that the path is created for people to follow.
Brilliant, brilliant. This is a quotable quote, guys. Because I also think that, women in leadership, should we wear our gender as a badge of honor, or is it, incidental that you're a leader, you're a unicorn and a woman? And I think you rightly answered that question. We must celebrate where you are because you're a role model for so many others. You talked a little about how you conceptualize and what are the hardships and sort of challenges that you face. But also, for so many of us who are sitting here, take us, briefly back to how you thought of shop clues, that idea, tapping into tier 2, tier 3. That was visionary, I think, at the time that India was going through that internet penetration. Talk a little bit about that, so that, also we're tingling with ideas and concepts, so that we also get, dip our feet into that time that you were conceptualizing shop.
Yes, absolutely. I had spent pretty much all my life working in investment banking and then in retail. And for us, moving back to India was not on the cards, which is part of that generation. We all left India in the late 90s, and we left a very different India and missed the decade of transition that happened here in the early 2000s. And I remember coming home and realizing that so much had changed, and there was so much opportunity and so much possibility over here. And we had perfect storm there. So for us, the team coming together was the perfect storm. There were 4 of us with very distinct and defined leadership skills. And we realized that internet was happening, e-commerce was going to happen in India. रोते झगड़ते सब लोग ऑनलाइन खरीदेंगे, पर कैसे खरीदेंगे and how do we make it easier for them? At that time, the top players in India were Flipkart was rising, and there was Snapdeal, but Flipkart looked more like the malls of the country. Right?
How so? I've heard you say that, but how so?
Yeah, they were selling more branded goods. They started off with books, they started off selling branded electronics, etc. But that's not how India buys. We buy from our sector markets, we buy from our local bazaars, we buy from Rajput Nagar, we buy from Janpat. And even at that time, there were 40 million MSMEs in the country, most of them trading and selling. So for us, the goal was to, even before we worked into the demand side of it, was to consolidate and define the supply side to get the bazaars of India online. And I feel that we did an incredible job of it. At peak, we had about 750,000 merchants who were selling on the platform.
Wow, and that is a big feat.
That is a very, very big number. We worked with GEM, we worked with Meti in consolidating, in making sure it was easier for the traders to come on board and sell. So even before there was Amazon and even before Flipkart turned into a marketplace, ShopClues did the job of consolidating all the supply. And if the supply is the kind of supply that the consumer in India is looking for, then you see it.
Okay, my next question is for all of us who are, hesitant in taking risks. Is risk-taking really important part of entrepreneurship? And is there something called a calculated risk? Is it possible to sort of mitigate the hard part of risk? As an established entrepreneur, do you see that as a possibility at all?
Yes and no, but I would say the fact that everybody here is here for, as an entrepreneur.
Yes.
I think one important thing is that ambition is not a bad word.
Yes, for women it is.
It is, when we're growing up, we're always told, that put your family first and put others first. You're the last. And we've seen that at home as well. Mom will make sure everybody else is eaten before she sits down and eats. And there are so many of such stories. For me, I was very, very, very lucky. My father was in the army, and it was very clear that there was no difference between me and my brother. But the difference was not just there in words, the difference existed on a day-to-day basis. I was told that I could be as ambitious as he was. And I think that is one of the most important things that all of us need to remember as a woman. It is okay to be called a bitch. It is okay to be ambitious. It is important to be ambitious. अगर तुम ambitious हो, तो risk is a part of life. That's what it is. You will take a certain risk, and you have to make sure that that if this doesn't work out, if plan A doesn't work out, what's your plan B? If plan B doesn't work out, what's your plan C? But
कई बार it's also okay to jump in without a plan B. A leap of faith is needed. And you'll be surprised, some of the largest businesses that have been built in the country, whether they've been built by men or women, have been built without a plan B. Because you will make it work. I think of myself as a builder. I am less of a businesswoman, I'm more of a builder. I want to build stuff. And the way I look at it is that I have a vision of this is how I'm going to build. I have to go from A to B, but the line from A to B is never linear. It's never going to go सीधा A से निकले और B तक पहुंचे. तुम A से शायद C चले जाओगे, फिर वहाँ से M चले जाओगे, फिर B आ जाओगे. पर तुम B पहुंच जाओगे.
So, but your eyes, you have to be focused on reaching B.
You have to be focused on reaching B. But there is not just one way to get there. There are multiple ways to get there. And failures just make you stronger to be able to get up and stand again.
Right. So fearlessness is what you also spoke about. Okay, I have one, pick one with, multiple options, etc. I want you to rate these qualities or these things, give it importance for a business to be successful. Number one, a unique, never before done idea. How important is that?
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say 6, 7.
6, 7. Yeah. It's not, make or break. No, it's not.
No.
Okay. Number 2, formal business training of the founder.
Oh my God. 2, 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. C is marketing. How important is marketing for a business to be successful?
Can I use a different phrase, different word for marketing? I would say execution. Execution is 10 out of 10. Very important. Ideas are dime a dozen. Execution is critical. We have this idea that I'm going to bring, let's use fashion. I want to build a fashion brand. So many people have tried to build a lifestyle brand previously. Why will yours succeed? Not because the idea is unique, not because you have formal business training. It is going to be because you will have ruthless execution, completely focused execution. I think execution is the most important thing.
Yeah, very, very important. Even if you're doing a small idea, a small thing, but do it the best.
Operations, execution, the fact we are sitting there, all of this is perfect, is execution, right?
All right, so the next one is networking and partnerships. How important is that?
Very important. Very important. I would put it at a 7.
Okay.
And it is definitely not my favorite thing to do. And I feel that for a lot of us, I think when we are type A, we feel that I would rather be just working and building and I don't want to go meet people. But it is so important to propagate your idea, to talk to other people. And when you talk to other people, please don't talk just for the sake of sharing your idea. Listen as well. And sometimes you just learn by listening. And I think that becomes very, very important.
Right. I also had backup plan in the list, but you already spoke about backup plan. I want to ask you that as a unicorn, as a role model, do you also have moments of self-doubt, anxiety, what we call imposter syndrome a lot of women feel?
Oh my God. Have you been listening to my therapy calls? No, I think all of us do, right? All of us do. It is always there. Because Monday is not going to be the same as Tuesday, Tuesday is not going to be the same as Wednesday, and Wednesday is definitely not going to be the same as Friday. One day I might have raised a lot of capital on the headlines of newspapers for building a large company, and exactly 4 years later I've been on the top of same newspapers for news that's not even in my control. So the good, the bad, the ugly, it all is a part of the package. You can let it affect you, or you can be even killed throughout. You will have the imposter syndrome, and that's where the networking comes in. At out-talk, you'll realize that you are smarter than 90% of the people, so please make an effort to do that. I also think that all of this is there, but find a way to overcome it and continue down
career path. Don't let it get you off the path.
Got it. And also, I want to know that as a unicorn, do you ever have moments of being mansplained your own ideas to you?
Yes.
How do you really deal with that? Because this is universal, right? How do you deal with that?
So, yes and no. I tell you, I think over years, because I've been in the industry and business for multiple decades now, I think I'm in a better place. But I see that happen in my boardroom, right? I see that happen in my meetings where I have younger women in the meeting who are talking about something, and the bosses, if they are men or other men, they will stop them and explain the same thing. And I think I always call it out. I said, this is not going to happen here. And I know that a lot of my colleagues, my age, my generation, women call it out as well. We don't take shit and we don't let shit go downhill. And I think that becomes the most important.
And that's really important to build a culture that is going to slowly bring change. The time is up, but I do have to ask you two more questions. One is about your new venture. You're like a serial entrepreneur, aren't you? So you're now doing Kind Life, which is a very interesting name. Tell me a little bit about the new challenges versus 2011. This is 2025. Things have changed, right? But the challenges, are they still the same?
Oh my God, the challenges are completely the same. I'll tell you a little bit about what we're building out, right? So we're building out an AI-powered ecosystem for beauty and wellness, wherein we have kindlife.in, which is a B2C platform for global beauty. We target the younger consumers, so we make it easier for them to discover what is the right routine for them via AI tools. But we also work with a lot of global brands that want to enter India, whether that's Korean beauty, whether that is Japanese beauty. We're working with a lot of French indie brands because supply into the country is right now owned by just one or two beauty players in the country, right? But I am buying a lot of my beauty from quick commerce. So we've become quick commerce enablers there. And the third part that we have is wherein we are building some of our own brands and we are building out IPs like Korean parties, etc., etc. That's called Cosmos. Now, with all of this, I feel that I've done this for so long. I know how business is built. I know the investors. Life should be a lot easier, right? As a new one. And I know you're a new mom. Thanks there. But I have a 21-year-old now. So the first time I went out to raise money, I was pregnant with my second one. And the question I was asked was, how are you going to do it? You're going to have a little baby. Ho jayega. Second time I went out to raise money, I had two little ones, and both under the age of 8. How are you going to do it? Who's going to look after them? Your husband runs a startup too. How's this going to happen? That was the question. Third time, for this company, when I went out to raise money, my older one had gone off to college. He was 18. And the question I asked was, your son is studying in the US, so what is going to stop you from moving back with him? And that never ends. So at some point you say, if you went to one.
It's a hobby that you're never serious about.
And in spite of the fact that I have the background, built it, it's still, is it a lifestyle business? Both, uska to koi jawab nahi hai.
I think with time and continuous success stories like yours, things are definitely going to change. My final question is this, there's this entrepreneurial dream that you see everywhere, in every neighborhood, like startup to women are, there's that kida, like the filmy kida, there's also this, entrepreneurial kida. But tell me, is it achievable? Are the conditions economic, societal, financial? Are they favoring new entrepreneurs? Is the dream that everybody here should sort of inculcate for
100%. 100%. I think that I was not anything unique. And a lot of my founders in the ecosystem were nothing unique. If they can do it, anybody can. It's about being at the right place with the right idea and impeccable execution. I think this is, and a little bit of luck, of course, but there is no better time than today to build a business in India.
Fantastic. On that note, thank you so much. And and I hope this session was informative and engaging for all of you. Radhika Ghai, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you have a busy schedule, but thank you for doing this for us.
Thank you so much, ladies, for such an insightful conversation. Please give a huge round of applause to Radhika Ji and Megha Ji. Can I please request you to stay on stage? We would like to present from the editor's desk the Inspirational Business Icon Award to Radhika Ghai, CEO and founder of Kind Life. Please give a huge round of applause. And can I please get you, Mr. Kaur once again on stage, CEO of Jagran New Media. Amazing conversation talking about everything from imposter syndrome to being mansplained to, I think, something that all women can relate to at every part of their lives. And with that, we're going to get started with our panels for today. Our first panel of the evening is called Revenue Ki Baat, Women Ke Saath. It is also powered by our community partner, Womennovator. Please give them a huge round of applause. A global incubator that empowers women entrepreneurs, leaders, and professionals to become job creators and policy change makers. We will have with us 5 leading entrepreneurs talking about one of the cornerstones of building a successful business, and that is revenue. I know all business owners are here in the room today. Do you agree that a business is nothing without revenue? Isn't that the reason why we do what we do? So this is a very interesting conversation that is going to talk about how to sustain a business, from the idea of starting funding, to managing cash flow, to scaling operations, and ensuring long-term profitability. To unravel this journey, we are joined by some amazing women. And once the stage is set, I will be calling out their names for them to come ahead and join us for Revenue Ki Baat, Women Ke Saath. And let's remember all the gems that we are learning from today's conversations. You know, the idea that women should always be ambitious. I really loved that part of the conversation today. I think growing up, that was something similar in my family as well. We were told constantly, ki bade hokar kya banoge? So that question has always stayed with me. So please join me in welcoming the moderator for this panel. We have Shrishti Malik, Partnership Heads of Womennovator. Please give Shrishti a huge round of applause. Joined by Ms. Shelley Mehrotra, founder and CEO of Fixderma, Vandy Mehra, Director Study by Janak, Dr. Komal Jain, founder of So Fresh India, Sustainable Organic Farming, and Blossom Kocherji, founder and chairman of the Blossom Kocher Group of Companies and Kocher Foundation. Please give all of them a huge round of applause. I want them to feel really welcomed, and we can't wait to hear everything that you have to share with us. Thank you so much.
Everyone. How are you all? I think we've been sitting quietly since we've started. This is the first panel. Can we hear some cheer? Yeah, thank you so much for motivating all of us. Thank you. It's lovely to be sitting beside such amazing entrepreneurs today. I'm Srishti and I had partnerships at Womennovator, and I'll be moderating the panel today. While we've heard a lot about, gender issues that we've all had in the beginning of our journey, this panel will give you insights of the lives that these lovely, amazing women have had. So to start with the panel, as we talk about Women Ki Baat, Revenue Ke Saath, I'd also like to tell you that there's one common factor between all these business women that are sitting right beside me. which is they're heavily focused on sustainability, and I believe that sustainability is not a choice anymore to all of us. So with that note, I'll start my first question to Shelly ma'am. Shelly ma'am, Fix Derma has built such a strong brand in such a competitive skincare industry. We all know it. How do you ensure the product quality and the trust while scaling up? And what were the key moments when you realized that you are on the path of sustainability, or was it just the idea from the beginning?
See, sustainability is a very long-term goal. So let me give you a brief about Fix Derma. So we are a 15-year-old brand. We started selling through dermats. That's how we started our journey, long back in 2010. And we are present right now among 15,000 dermats pan-India. More than, I think, 12,000 dermats pan-India are prescribing our products. Yes. And we are also present in other 3 verticals, which are online on all marketplaces and exporting to more than 32 countries right now. And we are also present on the counters through pharmacies and retail chains.
And I think that deserves an applause, for sure.
And we are almost selling 20 lakh units per month.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, of different products. So, and as the name suggests, Fix Derma. So the intent is in the name itself, fixing your derm, fixing your skin. So I believe for us, sustainability is like, whatever we claim on our products, we deliver it. So we're very serious about the quality of the product, and majority of our products are concern-based products, be it psoriasis or acne or eczema or let's say pigmentation. So I think for me, the definition of sustainability is what you should preach, you should practice.
Amazing, that's amazing. I think while we are at the topic of beauty and skincare industry, I'd like to put my next question to Dr. Blossom Kocher. Ma'am, you have not built a brand. You have created a moment in the beauty industry. I want to know that, how sustainable practices are at the heart of your brand, and still you stay ahead of the industry and relevant in today's time, where I've heard stories from my mothers using your brands and products, and I tell you, she's old. She's a cult, actually.
Hi, good evening, everybody, and I must say thank you so much for inviting me to be here, and also to see all these wonderful ladies, and of course, twins also over here, and it's really wonderful. And now you asked me about sustainability, and how did I manage to create this movement in the beauty industry? Like, how did I manage to create this movement? Actually, I think it all happened when I grew up, I grew up on a coffee plantation and among nature, and also I studied in the Philippines again, and that again was all nature. So I was always interested in nature. So, and of course, apart from being interested in nature, I was interested in, people and the body as you can say, as a canvas for beauty and hair and skin. And I started quite young, even in school. I can just give you a little thing of how I started. It was really very interesting because I was in school and in Nazareth Convent, and the nuns, they at an assembly one day, they said, we would like to, this girl, who will cut her hair? They were quite fed up of one of the girls with the long hair. So I just put my hand up. Now, I knew nothing of cutting hair, okay? And so then they gave me that big rug, and they gave me a big cloth scissors, that kind of thing. And I had to cut her hair. Of course, that was something else, and I took this friend of mine with me, she's in Mumbai now. And the first time I cut her hair, absolutely died. And I said, oh, what have I done? Then we got together, put it down, and gave her a cut. And it was such a hit that everyone wanted their hair cut after that. I think that was what started it. And apart from that, of course, the sustainability came through, is I always believed that makeup or something. It has to do with your mind. It has to do with your physicality and emotions. So it is the whole thing that goes together. And if I had to put in a product, and of course when I started it, only there was Thomas and Pons, so I had to get a product ready. And if I had to put in a product, I had to see that it was all natural. And what better than picking up from your kitchen and then adding things to it. And that's really how I got into this and into aromatherapy, because aromatherapy was something that is very, very, firstly, it was something new. I didn't want to just get into a herbal product because there was other people into that. So I got into aromatherapy, and aromatherapy works on the body, mind, and it works on your emotions. So with the herbal and this thing, it's really worked. And of course, sustainability is something I've always believed in right from the beginning, because we have to look to the environment, we have to look to the people, we have to look to so many things, and I started doing that right then and there. And working with aromatherapy in a product, I knew I just couldn't, use any chemicals in that. It had to be mostly natural, because when I put in a chemical, it got curdled, so then I had to throw it away. So it had to have everything that was natural, and that's how I started to do this thing.
Wow, that's amazing. Actually, I can't begin to gather my thoughts around from that anecdote to starting with how every entrepreneur just starts with something that they have around themselves and the problem that they see around. While we're at this topic of beauty, we've spoken about skincare, we've spoken about makeup, the inner beauty, and next what comes to my mind is the attire, the fashion that we carry as women or even as men. These days we're seeing a lot of progression in terms of men's fashion as well. So my next question is to Ms. Paddy Mehra, who is the founder of Study by Janak. I want to ask you, ma'am, Study by Janak is practically a landmark. We were talking before the panel also started that every bride and groom has stepped at least once in that store to see that they want to look the best on their D-Day. But other than that, the fashion is always ever evolving. I want to ask you, how do you keep your designs fresh, trendy, and consistently stunning with the mindset of Gen Z that is constantly changing and needing some or the other change? What has been your entrepreneurial journey in terms of your particular brand?
Shanti, our brand has been now over 30 years old now. When it was launched, it was an all-men's brand, but then around 30 years back, I started the women vertical along with the men. The word you used is consistent. It is to be able to be successful, I guess one has to be very consistent, where hard work and your passion for work is there. Then you have to keep the brand ethos always in mind. You have to be very consistent about that. And you have to be consistent about all the ever-changing fashion trends also. Along with being aware of all the changing fashion scenario, because the silhouettes, the basic fabrics, I would say overall, and the embroidery techniques still stay the same, but yet there's a lot of evolvement of the silhouettes and the other fashion sensibilities which people want. So one has to be abreast of that all the time, yet keeping the ethnicity and the cultural factor on. And because after all, we are a deeply traditional country. So the root has to be kept in mind, yet one has to be very open to the new technologies and keep on researching on how to evolve yourself even better.
Great. I think I would like to have a follow-up question on this, ma'am. I follow you on Instagram, and it keeps me inspired in a way that, sometimes you're doing Pilates, sometimes you're embracing spirituality through meditation. What keeps you motivated to balance your fitness, mindfulness, and the passion for your business?
I guess it is once you have a complete balance over your mind and body, automatically your work life is also in balance. I'm a very avid, I call myself a Brahmacumari, so I'm a very avid follower of the Raj Yoga meditation. So somewhere I feel my meditation and my spirituality is something which keeps my mind calm and focused so much that I am able to, whatever, like earlier Radhika just shared, that nothing can be vertical. Vertical would mean there's no life. It is always ups and downs, and what is better than COVID? Nothing can be taken for granted. So all these ups and downs and the challenges in the business and whatever happens, if you have a balanced mind and you are calm within, the life just becomes easy, because spirituality teaches you how to lead your life. It's not religion, it is just being able to be in control of your thoughts, so that the way you react to every situation coming to you is in a very calm and a peaceful manner.
That's amazing. I think when we're talking about spirituality, what comes to my mind as a person is that, it is something to do from within, right? From inside your body. And I believe the next question, and I think everybody can guess, is to my fellow panelists here, to Komal ma'am. While we're talking about changing things from within, your brand So Fresh, I think, does that very, very rightly. So I want to ask you that you've entered one of the most competitive and price-sensitive industry, where we focus on good food products, kind of an idea of a farm-to-table concept, or getting fresh, eating healthy. Yet in no time, So Fresh has made its way to the top grocery stores and international markets. What's your secret to thrive such a tough space and maintaining this top quality in your products?
So, I'm very happy you asked me this question, because after all, to enter a field where it's male-dominated is quite a tough job. So we have to break all these barriers. And when I started, I'll just tell you a little bit. They said, "Ye ladki kya kaam chalayegi?" It started with that, everyone around. See, I'm in full support of my family, thank God, of my husband, my kids. But then the outside people, maybe even my employees, they would just look at me. They think she will sustain it. But then it's all about sustainability, I guess. So you have to work hard towards it, and being a sustainable farmer and organic farmer myself. First step is that for sustainability, I guess, is you have to make people discover your brand. So अगर लोगों को पता ही नहीं है आपके ब्रांड के बारे में, so what will they go for? There are hundreds of brands. So for that, you have social media nowadays, you have a good digital marketing companies, you can take help of them. And so these kind of things will help you get over the challenges. And also, you need to be consistent with your quality, time, and again and again and again. People should get the same kind of quality, and you have to work hard at it. It just doesn't happen overnight. But I think that, but then the hard work that has gone behind it, and that is there. It shows up in many years after many years of dedicated hard work. And then also the team. So the team really matters. So if you have a good team, it really can take you forward.
Amazing. Taking a cue from what you said and what we heard in the Fireside chat of this day, I want to talk about marketing, and I'm now replacing the word marketing to execution, because I really think that fits right here. My next question is to you, Charrin. You invest heavily in marketing or execution. Please pardon me, I'll take some time to learn the word swap. You are a celebrity brand ambassador and actively participate in all women's events. You, all while staying personally and professionally involved in your brand, inspiring others through your podcast that I've been watching and hooked to, and through your social media updates, to meeting you at multiple great brand events. How do you manage it all? I mean, my question is not over here.
So I think I completely agree with Radhika. She said fierce execution. I think that's the heartbeat of the business. So whatever you plan, whatever you make it on PowerPoint or Excel sheet has to be executed and implemented in day-to-day life. That's very important. And second thing you asked how, I think you have to, eat, live, breathe your brand 24 hours.
Wow, that's such should be a quote on the t-shirt now.
That's how you can build the brand. There is no other way out. A lot of, she said, like, a lot of hard work, a lot of resilience goes into building a brand, and it's a long-term process. You cannot build a brand overnight. I don't think there is any elevator to success. You always have to take steps, to reach to your goal. So it takes time, and there is no way out. You have to be on social media. That's, demand of the time right now. Without social media, you are not there, you are not present. So you have to make it a holistic, it's like Dr. Kocher, she said, it's a holistic overview. So I think business also is a holistic thing. You can't look pretty with just topical application or using fixed elbow. You have to have good food. You have to exercise. You have to have mental balance. So it's a holistic approach. Similarly, I think business also should have a holistic approach. You have to be in and out everything. Social media, work, financial management, team, leadership, everything goes together.
Well, you make it sound so easy to do. But I still want to ask you, all I see is a one-woman army when I think of Firstheimer. Whenever I see, do you have someone on the back end to help and support you, like one person who's doing this account, maybe?
No, it's why should I take all the credit? It's a team. There's always a good team behind you and who helps you. So getting good people, and you don't actually, you have to accept one thing, you will not always get 100% team. You will always get only 60% of good team, rest 40% are so exactly. Absolutely. So I think it's a team which works with you together, and she said that execution is very important part. So my role is that everything gets executed and implemented the way I planned. Yeah.
I think that deserves a round of applause. I think we all as entrepreneurs struggle to see that, we plan a lot. We spend hours and nights and Excel sheets and paperwork to think and take our brand to a level that we ever aspire and dream of. But the idea is to just do it. I think we got that from here. But moving forward, I would also want to ask you, ma'am, and then move forward with my fellow panelists. I'm sure it's not easy. There has been some struggles. There would have been something that the challenges were, taking you down at some point of time. How did you manage what? If you would like to tell my audience that these were the kind of challenges that you faced, I think that would give them a massive experience.
I think out of 365 days, only 5 days are there where you are happy and contented. Rest 360 days you are not happy with what you are doing. You always feel so unfulfilled, never fulfilled, and you think you have to do a better job. So that that validation is always required. Challenges, I think, is a small word. You are you have something going on every single day. You have such a big team, something on the human resource side, something on the finance side, something on the inventory side. I think there's not a single day where everything goes smooth. So it's full of challenges.
Well, there's someone on the door knocking all the time, I believe.
Exactly. And one more thing, I was just actually speaking in one of the colleges just few days back, and there were young kids who were asking this question how should we go about business? So I always say there are only two options: do it or don't do it. There's nothing in between that you think I can manage. I don't believe in this. You can manage it. Yeah, I think spoken about it before also, work-life balance. You can just do it or you just don't do it. So you have to choose.
Yeah, pick a side, guys. Pick a side. But, okay, so my next question, taking all the notes from here, is to Blossom Ma'am. And then I want to ask you, ma'am, you are also running a business. You are running training schools for, I believe, empowering underprivileged girls to learn a skill that can give them revenue while we are sitting at the panel of, Women Ki Baat Revenue Prasad. There are many students, and I've met one of the students from your training institute who's doing incredibly well today, and it gives me really happy feelings to see her. All this, all that you do. How do you do that with like such a big, beautiful smile on your face? Don't you have any struggles?
I will tell you something. I think I love what I'm doing. So that makes a very, very big difference. And it's a passion with me. So if you have a passion, then definitely you can do anything. And like she was saying, that, morning, evening, night, and there's no such thing, you can go on and on and on. And that's what happens to me. And I really love doing it. And I love, I real reward is see when I teach these women, teach these girls, and then put them up to be entrepreneurs, teach them how to be entrepreneurs, that smile on their face, that is the biggest reward for me. And I think that is really what gets me going and keeps me going. And I think my smile is just because I love everything.
It's really beautiful. It's really charming. Brings the light. Yeah. Thank you. I'd now like to ask a similar question to Kaur. Ma'am, I want to ask you one thing. Like every success story has its challenges, and these women are very modest and beautifully concealing their challenges, not telling them on stage for everybody to know right now. Is there anything like a day that you could go back in your life and change it completely, and what would that be?
So, I don't think there is a day like that because I love my work, it's my passion. And let me tell you a little bit about how I started. Yes, so I started doing everything for myself, like growing organically since I was a child, because we always had farmland and everything used to come from there. So my grandma and all this to eat always fresh. And then I started 52 years ago. I started in my own farm after I got married. And then eventually in 2018, I found it so fresh. It just happened accidentally. My husband is into a totally opposite business of chemicals and everything, refactories. And I started going because I wanted to do something with myself. But I just couldn't do anything there. I would go into the pantry, oxygen I got. You know how green fingers were working there also. So one day, my husband and my son, they took me to the conference room. They said, this is your space. If you want to do something, please do from here. Sara staff सब छोड़ के भाग जाएंगे. And you're good at the farm only. This one line said it all. I took it seriously. And I started developing more, cultivating more variety and everything over there. And so I used to send whatever used to come from the farm to all my relatives, because farm से सब घर भर के सबसे आते हैं. Mother Nature is very kind. It keeps growing and giving you bulk and bulk. So we didn't know how to use it all, so we would send it to. And I used to see how they would just waste it. This thing free here, you know how it is. Then I would explain to them, this is chemical free. This is chemical free. Don't waste it. बाजार से आप लाए इसमें दवाइयाँ हैं. They will harm you. I studied all of this, so now I was very fond. So then still they were not. Then 1 year I did not send them. Broccoli, asparagus, something very exotic sorts of. Then they started calling me. Sabji le aayi. And it came out of my mouth. Now you will have to pay for it. Because I was like, कि free में तो नहीं दूँगी. Actually I'm into Reiki and meditation myself. उसमें बोलते हैं कुछ भी free में नहीं लेना चाहिए. उसकी value नहीं होती है. So that just struck me, So then I started then. Biggest question came from my mother-in-law. Being into a jail, my family, she said, I used to keep trying doing something of my own just for my own satisfaction. And she said, अब तुम सब्जी बेचोगी. She could not get over it. She was like, अब तुम सब्जी like यही बाकी रह गया, kind of thing. I said, yeah, and she was very embarrassed if I would send it somewhere and take the money. And she was like, why do you want to sell it? She tried to. I will tell you, today she's so proud of me, so proud of doing this. She tells me, very friend, she's 89 years old, by God's grace. She'll be turning 90 this year. And she tells me, very friends, tum sabji bhej do. I said, no, we'll send some silver something, Then I tell her, to yehi khana hai bas. Please send her. That is so good, and the encouragement that I get
from, this. So the question that you asked me was for that.
What's the struggles that you faced?
Yeah. So the struggle came in, in the form of cultivating. I didn't want to use any urea and everything. So how to protect that chemical free? So slowly we had our own cows, and then I learned I'm an avid traveler. I would do it myself. Wherever I would go, I would take appointments with these farmers, New Zealand, Iceland, and I would learn their techniques of farming. And the Desi villages. I'm from Chennai. I can speak fluent Tamil and few more languages I know. So I would go to the locals and, ask them the secrets. They're very hesitant. They don't want to give you the secrets. Slowly, I will sit with them on their cart and tell me, please, बताइए ना इसको कैसे करना है, दीपक लग रही है, I don't want to go. And slowly they come up, and once they open out, they will give you everything. They are selfless. They're ready to come and work with you at the farm. So then, this is one struggle which I had, which I faced like this by communicating. And then, of course, there was a thing like, it's my passion. So then I read this book called Tikiti. I just followed that book blindly. So that says that if you have a purpose in life, then you have to work towards it. And the profits is a bypass thing which will just automatically follow. So I kind of found my purpose in life and I worked towards it. And there's a lot of hard work, everything, but I just enjoy every day, every moment. And then also I get a kick because I'm involving a lot of women at the farm who come and work with me. They are my team. And I learn a lot from them. They come up with new recipes. अच्छा अब भिंडी होता है तो not only one way. हम गाँव में ऐसे बनाते हैं. All those things, so you get to learn from them. So this is what just keeps it going. Amazing. And I would like to say, yes, अंदर की बात है. In the sense, यहाँ पे सब beauty, everything, fashionistas, everyone. But then अंदर से जो beauty आती है वो आपको अच्छे खाने से, organic से ही आएगा, chemical free food से ही आएगा. So it is very important to eat good food. Food is not medicine, as Socrates has said.
That's well, the time for the panel is up, but I'd like to ask one last question, very quick, ma'am, 30 seconds, Gandhi, ma'am. If there's one advice that you want to give to entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, what would that be, like in one single statement?
I think all of us, the advice which all of us can put across even without saying it anymore is passion. One has to choose and pick up what you want to do with your life, what you're totally passionate about and you love doing it. Only then it just doesn't seem like work. You enjoy it. Like all of us have shared. And then you enjoy each moment of your life and whatever hardships and challenges do come, which will come. You just don't mind because you truly enjoy and love what you do. So be passionate and choose only and only what your 100% heart desires you to do.
I think with passion, you also need resilience a lot. You have to stay put, even if you are passionate, but just keep doing it again and again because you shouldn't give up. So resilience is also very important.
And I believe that where you do something, if you can do something that's going to help a lot of people or help others, definitely that business is definitely going to, go. So you have to help, apart from passion, with the other things and keep going. You also have to go into a business that's really going to help the other people because then definitely the business is growing. The other thing is, I always say, is whatever you're going into, whatever business you're starting up, skilling, just you have to go into skilling, upskilling, and go on skilling because, everything is changing so fast. So helping people, skilling, passion, I think, and celebration, of course, that was there. We all need to celebrate. So that is something that is very important.
Thank you so much, everyone. While closing the panel, we have some takeaway words. One is passion, there's resilience, there's scaling, upskilling, getting paid for what you do, and definitely celebrations. With that note, thank you so much for listening to the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies, for such a passionate discussion and for teaching us that it's not just important to love what we do, but also more importantly, do what we love. So thank you for that. Please give them a huge round of applause and I request you to stay on stage ladies. And while you're on stage, can we please also have Megha Mika and Ishita Mishra, founder and perfumer, Fonzie, which is also our fragrance partner for today, to kindly come up on stage and felicitate our lovely inside and outside beautiful women. You know, they're glowing, aren't they? Thank you. Thank you very much for that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are all excited for our next perfect power-packed session. These are women leaders who have revolutionized heritage crafts. They have reshaped sustainable fashion. They have redefined personal care. And every brand that is being talked about today has been a trailblazer. And this session is rightly called the Next Gen Trendsetters, Scaling Success at Lightning Speed. While the stage is getting set, can you please join me in giving a huge round of applause? Yes. वो टाइम आ गया तालियां बजाने का, yes. In inviting these women on stage, we have the moderator for this panel, Priyanka Ghai, partner in Ground Scotch Human Capital Consulting. Please give her a huge round of applause. With Akriti Raval, founder of House of Chicken Curry, Soumya Mishra, founder of Avatar Skincare, Anshika Mehrotra, founder of Fix My Curls. We have Kriti Tilla, please keep clapping for these ladies, creative director and founder of a brand that I personally truly admire, Privilege. We have Ananya Kapoor, founder and CEO of Thai Beauty. And we can't wait to hear what you all have to say. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everybody. So the whole question is about what lightning speed do we want to go at, and what does success really mean to us? So scaling success at lightning speed. But before we start with that, just some data and some points. As women entrepreneurs and startups who get funding, it is only 40%. Right? So only 14% of the women get the funding. As women angel investors, it's only 1%. So if you have 100 angel investors in a room, it's only 1% of them who are women. And you're sitting in 2025, removing D&I and a lot of other things, and still the numbers and the impact is actually very low. And therefore, such events are extremely important, not just from celebrating all the wonderful women out here, but also ensuring that they have an impact on all of you and have a story and an inspiration for the young daughters and the young children back at home, and some of you here as well. With that, we'll start the panel. So what I'm going to do is 30-second introduction if each one of you can give. Just a little about your business and how did you get that vision of starting it. So we'll start from right here, Akriti, with you.
Hello. Hi, thank you for having me here.
I'll start with a brief introduction. I hope I don't take too much time, but I'm the co-founder of House of Chicken Curry. I started the brand with my mother in 2020. She was a homemaker before we started the business, always passionate about textiles and embroideries. I had just completed my graduation and I had come back and I was working with a fashion startup here before COVID. The startup was called Stage 3. How the business started is from an idea that my mom wanted to help an embroider. Just actually, before I get deeper, chicken curry is an authentic embroidery art form that comes from Lucknow, for those who don't know. So it's a hand embroidery art form. It's done in villages around Lucknow. And my mom wanted to help an embroider. She was working with her personal work and she happened to mention the idea. And I really got intrigued by it. I started digging deep into hand embroidery and the types of hand embroideries that were available. Chicken curry particularly stuck to me because I saw a lot of gaps. I saw that my grandmom and my mom had a lot of chicken curry garments in their closet, but I had none. So that was the first thing. And the second thing I'd always heard people say कि chicken curry सिर्फ लखनऊ में ही जाकर मिलती है या जब कोई लखनऊ से आएगा तभी मिलेगी. So that just got me thinking, why? What's the problem here? Like, is it not accessible enough? And the supply chain was very unorganized. Every state would have its own local chicken curry store. Like you would have one store in a local market in Delhi. In Bombay, you would have one. But there was actually no pan-India brand that stood for the authenticity. And that would actually make the art form accessible with the quality and authenticity guarantee. So that's how our journey started. Today we're 4 years into the journey and we're also now extending the promise of our brand to other crafts. We've started Kashmiri last year, Kashmiri Ari embroidery. So, but yeah, chicken curry still remains the core of the business. Thanks. Obviously, I come from Lucknow and it took a Delhi girl to take the brand all India. So hats off to you. Thank you. Yes, over to you, Soumya.
My name is Soumya Mishra and I'm the founder of Avatar Skincare. At Avatar, we provide skin solutions at home which can help enable urban women to achieve the skin of their dreams. So, the solutions that we provide are mostly laser-based. So, these are, imagine things like permanent hair reduction, treatments for acne, pigmentation, hair fall, anti-aging, so on and so forth. We are on a mission to make world-class, most effective treatments available, accessible, and affordable for everyone. So that's the mission. And the story behind my entrepreneurial journey is like everybody else. I grew up in a small town. I come from Bhopal, from a middle-class family. And like any other middle-class family, the dream that was shown to me is that you get into IIT, IIM, land a fantastic corporate job, achieve your dreams which were limited to, can I have a foreign travel, can I travel in a business class, can I eat in a 5-star restaurant, can I own a decent enough car. So that was the world until, you keep checking milestone after milestone. I joined, post my MBA from Bangalore, I joined Bain & Company as a management consultant, and year 1, all those milestones got ticked off. And then, next 3-4 years, I kept enjoying those, the typical corporate rat race, you're running from one promotion to another, one hike to another. Until it all started to seem very meaningless, because everything that I wanted to achieve out of life seemed to be achieved, and then we wanted to do something more. I had a history of very, very bad skin, and again, coming from a middle class background, my dad said, no matter what you've studied, if you want to get married to a good guy, you need to look better. And that's how my journey of good or bad, but that was the truth that was told to me. And just when I completed my MBA, I started going clinics to clinic in Bangalore and Bhopal to get treatment for my acne. So I could have never imagined that I could ever look like this. I could be so confident. I could step out without makeup. And thanks to the dermatologists who treated me, that dream, that was another dream that was fulfilled in a matter of 3-4 months, but I had to spend a lot of money to get there. And then I kind of married the two struggles, that struggle of having a bad skin in the past and now wanting to do something which is just more than drawing a salary, was when the idea of Avatar was born.
Thanks so much, Soumya. We've got the youngest person here. If you could share your story as well. I actually thought you had come with somebody till I heard that you already been 5 years in the startup. So please do share your story.
Hi everyone, my name is Anshita and I'm the founder of Fix My Curls. So we're a curly and wavy hair care brand. And I started 5 years ago. I was 19. I dropped out of college. My mother was a previous panelist in the last panel. So she's sitting there. Her name is Shelly. Honestly, starting with her help, she made me realize that I could create products for my hair type, which is very, very curly naturally. And I knew that there was a huge gap in India. So this is 5 years ago. Today, we have a community of like 1.2 lakh people on our own D2C website. We're on 16 marketplaces. You can get us on LinkedIn and Zepto. And we're just trying to help people embrace their natural hair. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anshita. Over to you, Kriti. So if you can share your story.
Hi, my name is Kriti. I'm the founder of the label called Tutelage. We started our journey about 8 years back, and I am a trained fashion designer. And back in the day, fashion as an industry was going through a massive change. Production was becoming a lot more sustainable, but consumer in India was becoming a lot more unsustainable. So we started our journey to sort of bridge that gap that Indian consumer doesn't have to go all the way from being sustainable to then unsustainable and then going back to sustainability. So we started working with consumer education, upcycling factory wastages, looking at recycled alternatives and how to create that. And now we're constantly working to bring circularity or make circularity a reality as to what happens to post-consumer waste, how do we collect it, once it's collected, what will happen to it, and keep growing this and changing consumer patterns, providing alternatives to fast fashion. And as a designer, I know the amount of the impact that fashion has both on people who create clothing and money never reaches them, and the impact on environment, because there's so much chemical and so much resource that is extracted to create fashion. So my journey as a designer was just to understand this impact, the scale of this impact, and what I can do as an individual designer to bring that change out there. And we work to make the brand global, reach different markets through our brand, and both in India and international market.
Thanks so much, Kriti. My youngster, who's a 15-year-old, refuses to wear a pair of jeans because so much water is taken just to produce.
And I think the younger generation, like there are two kinds of people as well. Either they're really well aware and they're making the change with individual buying habits, or they're very aware from it. So we're trying to bridge that conversation.
We'll hear more about it. Thank you so much. Ananya, over to you.
Okay, so hi, I'm Ananya. I'm the founder of Type Beauty. Essentially, what we do is we make skincare-infused makeup that's customized for your specific skin type, which essentially means that you can create your own targeted makeup routine that will also heal your skin at the same time. We started about 3 years ago now, almost. It's been a super cool journey. If you see pink and orange everywhere, that's usually us. But yeah, that's what we're all about. We're all about giving products that are made for you that you can choose for yourself.
Ananya, how did you think about this idea? Why?
Okay, so I'm actually a chemist, and when I was actually just getting into university, my father came up to me and he was like, what are you going to do with a chemistry degree? Like, you have to have some kind of idea just to business. So my reaction to that was, well, I can do something in pharma, I can do something in skincare, and then out of the love of skincare and makeup, that's where Type was born, because I saw that, like, in skincare, you see so many serums where you can kind of mix and match and create your own kind of unique skincare routine. So we thought, why not do the exact same thing, but with your makeup?
Super, thank you so much. And if you see each one of the stories, and if I were to weave it in one single thread, it all comes from personal stories or personal commitment or something that they actually went through in their lives. And that's absolutely amazing that you converted it into an opportunity and then into a business. So super. How many of you watched the India-Pakistan match yesterday? And where am I going with that? How many of you? Do you know that the Women's Premier League was not highlighted yesterday just for the India-Pakistan match, the women's match. And the reason for it was very exciting and interesting, at least for me, because half the ads and half the people would have gone to the WPL instead of the India-Pakistan match. And that, for me, has been the vision and the story of the Indian women cricket team, because 5 years back, not even 5% of it was shown on television. But if you see it now, a lot of people have started moving towards watching now, and I hope that happens in the women's startup world as well. So my next question is to you about the vision. What do you mean by success? How do you want to light speed it and be like the WPL or the women in cricket in your business? How do you see success, and what's your vision for that? Yeah, sure. Any one of you can pick it up. So, I mean, we're 4 years into our journey now, and honestly, I think every day I'm still learning what the definition of success is going to be for me. When you start or why I wanted to be an entrepreneur, I've been saying it to my mother since I was 13 that I wanted to do business. And honestly, at that time, probably for all the wrong reasons. Thinking in my head that, when I have my business, I don't have to listen to anyone, I'll get all the freedom that I want in the world, but it's the exact opposite of what it is. So, I said it for all those reasons, but when we actually started, I think I had that kind of financial support from my family where monetary was not the first goal. I had food on my table, I had a good home. So, I could go out there and chase purpose before I could chase money. I think that comes from a place of privilege. So, I think that kind of made the definition of success for me more towards my team. I started getting happiness from whether my team is, happy at work or when I see them smiling. We started a lot with our operations team first. So senior management now is in our team. So my mom's purpose became, keeping them happy, making sure they're learning and upskilling themselves while at the job. So that became a very strong purpose for us. Artisans, again, we work with, our product is completely handcrafted. So a lot of the vision for long term also comes from actually doing better on-ground work for us. We may not be there today 100%, but that's where we put the milestones. Of course, from a business perspective, all this is only possible if I'm doing better numbers, because we have to finally put in the money to do better impact. But I think true purpose for us has become more team-led, and it has also happened as the team has grown. And as we have seen that impact affecting someone's life very directly, and how the families that are attached with us or the employees who started working with us are still with us for 4 years, and when orders go low more than me and my mother, it affects them. We're maintaining our calm, but they're coming and they're like, is everything okay? So I think it's those little things that, what about a number? Do you have a number in mind? So right now we've just raised the seed round. We've done a Shark Tank round 2 years back where Aman and Piyush both invested. We've done a seed round of a small size, and of course the next 2 years for us is to aim to be a 100 crore brand. That's why we've raised the seed. Because all the other things that are a part of the definition of success, nothing can be done. It can't be done without numbers, without us actually increasing the customer impact. And if we want to help the artisans more, we need to eventually increase the demand for their product and sell it to more people. So everything is related. But the next 2 to 3 years for us are going to be towards a 100 crore brand. And we're currently selling through our website and marketplaces. But I think for me personally, success is not monetary at the moment. After the journey I've been through, it comes more from that I'm able to retain and give growth to the team that I have. I'm able to continuously increase the orders for my artisans, because I feel that sort of happiness is I get more stressed when I feel that I have to probably give less orders to one karigar in a month. कि मेरा नहीं अगर सेल बढ़ रहा है तो उसको growth कैसे मिलेगी? That is where my stress comes from. But it can be different for everyone. I think that's what it is for me. Do you want to go next in terms of your vision and what does success mean to you?
Sure. Our vision is to be able to reach out to every Indian urban woman to communicate that any and every kind of aesthetic problem that you're having is solvable very easily. There is so much technology that has developed now that you can get the looks of your dreams. So, what is difficult actually is to be a good person, but looking good is something which is solvable. And when they don't know what to do to approach that technology, that's what Avatar is here for. So, we are creating a category. I was in South Korea in December, and everybody there has just got the perfect face, the perfect hair, the perfect body. Some of my friends say that what is it about European and Western women that everybody looks pretty? And it's not the shade, it's just that, the education on modern cosmetology services is so well penetrated that people's daily problem is not, I'm feeling so underconfident because of the way I look. There's so much more to life, and the problem of looking good can be just given to us.
Sure. Super. Thank you so much. Anshita, I have a different question for you. Being so young and starting a startup, do you feel age does come in the way, or do you have to fight it every time? And do you feel that there's some biases when you start so young? Or does it give you an advantage because, you're starting young and it gives you that runway to do more things?
This is difficult because I think it's amazing to be 19 and starting up, because I have the benefit of having 4 to 5 years to just learn, and then by the time I'm 25, I've already built a sizable business, and now I get to have fun with it, right? But a lot of people at 19 are obviously studying. I was very lucky that my parents let me drop out. And obviously, I had to show them some revenue. It wasn't just the career work I had. But I have to say that yes, age is an issue when you're hiring, right? Because as a 20-year-old female solo founder, when you're hiring an accountant, they're not taking you very seriously. It just sort of is the way it is, but you can get past that by convincing them that you do know what you're doing and you know your business, and even people that are doubting you will eventually come around. But I think you just have to know that the bias is there, and if you're going to be 20 versus, I think it would have helped had I been 50. Maybe I would have also had perspective, but I was very literally fresh off the boat of nothing. I was just learning on the job. So, I think age helped, because also I knew social media really, really well. I understood the target market that I was selling to, and I didn't have a problem selling to that at all. That was probably the easiest part for me. The difficult stuff was hiring, definitely. So I think that's where I struggled.
But did it help not assuming anything and just going with the flow?
Yeah. Because, also I hadn't worked in corporate. I honestly I think I had a very, free mind. I was like, I've done this how I think is the right way. But I think it would have helped also had I maybe been in corporate, right? I would have known a little bit more. But again, you live and you learn, and I'm happy I started when I was 19, because now like I said, I get to have fun.
Great. Thank you so much for a lovely story right there. So what I'm going to ask you is more around any challenge that you have faced, and maybe use that and pivoted your model. We were talking a little about it outside as well. So if you can share that with the audience in terms of how that challenge became actually an opportunity and you pivoted your way.
See, we started talking about sustainability, like I said, when consumer in India was just about becoming unsustainable in their practices. Online fashion was just about coming. Fast fashion brands hadn't seen its growth in India, and we started with post-consumer waste to start with, where there was so much stigma attached to wearing somebody else's clothes, or even if it was deconstructed, cleaned, and then created something new. And we knew very quickly, in I think first years of our business, that post-consumer is very, very tough to sell in India. And even today, thrifting in India to a certain is only limited to a very small segment of consumer generation. So, circularity, sustainability in itself is super challenging, or was super challenging to start with. There was no supply chain to begin with. You couldn't go to the market to find alternative material at that point. As we grew, we worked with each stakeholder to sort of create new material. from a scratch, to look at alternatives, to bring new alternatives into India, to work with pilots that are happening currently for collecting post-consumer waste and then sending that back to recycling, to connect recycling chains and post-consumer collection systems, which India is one of the third largest buyers or economies that are buying fashion, but we still don't have a post-consumer waste management system for clothing. So things that we're building or scaling a sustainable fashion brand, there were supply chain issues. There were, you personally massively wanted to work towards creating a better lifestyle for artisans that are still working on ground and still earning very minimum wages at this point. At 60, at 60 at the retirement ages, they get about 35,000. And they have to sort of sustain themselves, their families. Today, if you ask any karigar, they wouldn't want their kids to become artisans. And now, hiring challenges for craftsmen, tailors, all of this is beginning to trickle down and affect businesses and fashion massively as well. And that karigari, and I know you will agree with me that the karigari that used to be in chicken curry to now has massively lost over a period of time. So there were, all of these are ground level challenges, and while working with sustainability, all of this was extremely real. So we had to pivot multiple times to figure out how to sell sustainability to Indian consumer where they already know upcycling की सभी करते हैं, सबके घरों में होता है, हमारी मम्मी भी तो ऐसे साड़ी से कुर्ते बनाती थी. So their immediate reaction was that to make it high fashion, to make it aspirational was a massive challenge for us, but we worked our way through it.
Thanks so much. And there's a little bit of murmur in the audience, rightly so, Shalini. I think Mrs. Parsi just walked in, and that's why. And I love one of her statements, and that's why I'm going to come to you, Ananya, on that, which was that I don't want to take any tension. It doesn't matter what others are saying about me because I want to care about my skin. And from skin and type beauty, I'm going to move to you with a question that in a market which is so crowded and so many products, how did you find your innovation and value proposition in terms of skincare and beauty and the products that you're creating?
Well, honestly, you're so right. The market is incredibly crowded. I feel like we have the legacy brands and we have newer age brands. I like to think that the reason we stand out as a brand is because our entire value proposition is different from what anyone else is doing. So even though skincare-infused makeup might be a concept that's already there in the market, the reason we're called type is because everything comes in your type. So if you have like a foundation, it'll come in 4 different formulas for 4 different skin types and concerns. The idea is that the entire type experience is tailored to the consumer. So we can be just your type, and I think that is what tends to work for us. Because you can go in there and say, like, hey, this one type product is super viral, but you can also explore the rest of our ecosystem and say, hey, all of these things could potentially work for me along with this one viral product that I saw on Instagram. And I think that is how we've managed to stand out as a brand. Just because we stay true to our roots, there's really skincare in there. And also like a really intense focus on quality. Everything very organized, tested on me, even it may not be on my skin type. Super. So intense focus on quality, and you focused on a few products and done a little bit of personalization and customization. Great stories out there. We've got 3 minutes left, and we are going to finish on time. So 30 seconds to each one of you to tell us what you would tell your younger self if you were to start today. I think you go first this time. Sami, all over to you. You've been a consultant. You need to go in first.
I would say I would have started much earlier. I so wish that I was on, I was as young as you were when I had started out because, that race towards, I'm already 35 and there's so much more to do. So I would start earlier. Second is I would invest disproportionately higher
in getting the right team. I think when we start off, we try to cut our hiring budget or people budget. If I would have over-invested then and cut down on something else, I think we would have been at 3x of where we are today.
Super. Thank you.
I think I would tell 8-year-old me. So 8 to 10-year-old me, that there is space for you in the market. You will be deemed beautiful one day, and you will someday not have to walk into a salon and be looked at like, why do you look like this? Because that's what I've experienced for most of my life, is they never knew what to do with my hair. And I want to change that for every single generation that comes after mine, including my own, because I'm young. Honestly, that's what I tell my younger self, that you can make that space and it will exist at some point, because I used to really think, I'm just going to have to shave my hair off at this point, because I have no solutions at all, and trust me, curly hair was a taboo. So smoothing your hair, having even the littlest bit of frizz meant you have hair that is not tamed. It's not professional. You can't go to school looking like this, right? So I never got to open my hair in school either. And I wish I had gotten to do that. But hopefully, younger girls in the future and boys can.
And you're creating that. So thank you so much for that. Kriti, how about you? What would you tell your younger self? How would you start the business? Maybe do some things which would be very different than what you've done in your journey.
I think I spent a lot of time double timing my business. I was in business and I was working for parallelly for a very long time to be able to fund the work that I was doing. And that was from a place of being scared to go all into a business. So I think taking early on financial advices, financial mentorship is really important. Get an understanding of how to fund your business, how long do you need to have some working capital for before you go into a business, doing your right market research. I think those are really important things that, besides passion, that you need before you start your business. I think when at least I started very young in not so social media age, all of this wasn't really very easily available information. When you see a lot more entrepreneurs on their journey and, doing it yourself as well, you realize that, these were things that were important to learn, and they're not taught in colleges, they're not taught in schools, and most of our parents weren't, at least my family wasn't from business, so it was like a tough space to break in.
Super, thank you. And 60% of the women do talk about financial literacy. Had they taken that up earlier, it would have been very different for their businesses. So thank you for sharing that. And again, I'm going to just quickly wrap up with, you're seeing the red screen right there. So quick 30 seconds, what you would have told us.
Okay, so I think I would have told younger me not to be so unsure. I feel like there was a space, I started literally 6 months after I graduated university, and in those 6 months I was so should I do this, should I not do this, am I right, am I wrong, until my dad literally told me I was working out on the side anyway, just go ahead and start now. So I think I would have told the younger me not to be so unsure, and I would have told her to be more confident in what she's doing because she's able to build something that hopefully will last.
I'm sure it will last, and all the very best to you. 30 seconds, really. So I think business is not linear. In fact, life is not linear. It was my biggest, lesson. And I wish I understood it sooner because you feel like it'll just be on the same pace or this pace, but it's always this. So I think I could have saved a lot of my anxiety-filled days if I accepted it earlier. And I think really business, foundational, financial concepts, I had to pay very high cost first. I think because I was a marketing major, I did my master's in marketing, so finance was something I never paid attention to. I learned it along the job as I was running and building the business. But I would definitely advise people to get in depth if that's not your forte, because I've made a lot of expensive mistakes. So with that, we end this session, and thank you so much for hearing us out. It's about personalization, customization, learning finance, and starting early on. Thank you so much for this packed session.
Thank you so much. And I have to tell you, it is such a pleasure to see this generation setting the trends. And I have personally used all of the brands that I mentioned here, except Priyanka, yours, not yet. But I think I will get to it soon. Please give them a huge round of applause. I would request you all to stay back on stage. Can I please invite on stage Mr. Anish Prasid, CRO, Jagran New Media, to felicitate our speakers today. Mr. Prasid, the Keeper Media. Oh, can I request Baker to please do the honors? Can we please give a huge round of applause to Baker on that? Huge round of applause, ladies. Shall I break Aane Wala Hai? It's going to happen. Your stories with us. Such a pleasure hearing you all. Thank you. And with that, ladies and some gentlemen, we have another riveting discussion coming up. And I'm so excited about this particular session because we are about to invite someone who has changed the value of authenticity on our TV screens. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. It is so common to see people coming up on reality TV and, presenting a particular image, but it's very rare to see someone like Charrin Basra being her authentic, unapologetic self on television. Other than being a fabulous patron of art, curator, philanthropist, I think that one of the most beautiful things about Charrin is the unapologetic nature that you have of being fearlessly and undauntedly you. So thank you for doing that on Indian television. Please give a huge round of applause to Charrin Basra. The founder of MASH Foundation created a platform that bridges art, architecture, and design, fostering dialogue, innovation in the creative space. She is joined by none other than Megha Mangayan to talk about curating a life of art, impact, and most importantly, authenticity. Thank you for being here with us today.
She's a toast of the town, guys. She's the internet sensation, the beautiful and Delhi girl at heart, Charrin Basra. A huge round of applause.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for waiting, and amazing session before me. So inspirational, all of you. It was really wonderful to hear all your stories. I wish I'll definitely go back and read.
All right, Charrin. Everybody seems to want a piece of you, right? They want to know what's in your bag. They want to know what's at home. They want to know what's with the straw. They want to know what's with all the hair accessories. what is this charm, this attraction that you exude? What is it that is
All in one, or is it like one question?
Yes, one question.
It's one question. I think it comes out of wanting to be who you are, wanting to wear certain colors or certain things that you wanted to wear or could not wear. It's just thinking about yourself, but obviously not being selfish in a way that, like, if I wear a certain color or if I wear a hair clip, it doesn't harm anyone, right? It just makes me happy. It's just making me live my little dream. The lady before me said she had curly hair and she couldn't, she's made this for now. So I also have had curly hair. Okay. And it's like a baggy, it's like a monster, because if you go to Bombay or like places where you have humidity, my hair becomes like, it has its own life. In cold weather, it's different. And so we've all, and the thing is that we are sold an image which is so perfect hair, like the sunsilk hair when we were growing up. And that absolute straight hair was so coveted, whether it was taken in as somebody who's a vamp would have curly hair. It always had straight hair. Yeah. So, I think more than half of the population, especially in North India, has curly hair, because we all have almost the same thing. So it was like all these conceptions have been put in us through media, through education, through various other things, how things are depicted in history. So there's a whole lot of it in which I try to break, sometimes having fun. It's like a personal note to myself. Like a certain bag is a personal note to myself. It has no relevance to anybody else. It's just that object probably denotes something, maybe my pet animal, maybe something else, and that's what it is. Right. And you are being yourself, authentically yourself. But you talked about stereotypes, Shalini, and I do, we've all observed that, the generation before us, maybe entrepreneurs or people who women who enter the work field, 80s, 90s, a lot of women had to resort to dressing a certain way. They dressed like men, they spoke like men, they smoked like men, because, they wanted to fit a club. Today, do you think that is changing? Can we be, flamboyantly ourselves, exude our femininity, and yet be taken seriously? Yes, so there was a time where even, I shaved my hair 4 times because I go to therapy, so I shave fully. But there were times where for about 8 or 10 years, I only wore black and white clothes, very minimum jewelry, and my entire wardrobe just consisted of black and white, and even the sarees were black and white, or just very muted colors, because that's the phase I was going through. So, when you're in your 30s, your kids are growing older, you want to be taken seriously. Sometimes you feel you're not being taken seriously. It could be in the art world, it could be workplaces. If you're too fashionable, and if you're wearing very feminine clothes, or if you're wearing jewelry, but at the end of the day, India is a maximalist country. We are not a minimalist country. We will wear the earrings, we will wear the necklace, we will carry the bag, we will carry the bangles. We are not Sweden, we are not Norway. I get goosebumps if I had to, there's a lot of nightmares are made for Sweden. As if I have to pick an accessory and leave one at home. So my concept is add and then add a few more, because India, we live in a land of excess. Look around us. But there have been magazines that I have read over the past, all the top publications, fashion magazines, stating that how to dress like a boss, how to don't wear red lipstick, don't wear high heels, don't wear clothes which are low or revealing. Of course, culturally you have to differentiate. But yes, there was. But now, of course, workplace, there's much more fun.
Yes. And thanks to people like you who are bringing the rules of the game. Shalini, when you got married, you were quite young, right? And you became a young mom too. A lot of young mothers like myself, we feel that new moms, they feel it's a challenge. We struggle to find what our identity is. Was it a journey for you to find the identity of the Shalini Basra sitting here today?
I think we all have to be finding a reason to wake up from the bed in the morning, and that should not be your family members.
waking up in the morning has to be much higher. So that one reason you have to find, it could be anything. You could support a charity, you could be wanting to win the Oscars, you could anything that scares you to wake up in the morning should be a reason. Finding identity takes a while. I mean, I still don't know who I am and I still don't know where I'm going. Really? Yeah. I mean, it's like if I knew everything, it would not be fun, right?
True. Charlie, you often talk about self-love and expressing yourself, your authentic self. Why is self-love important to you? And do you, Charlie Basra, have any moments ever of self-doubt?
So I think self-love, I've been practicing self-love before the term was coined. Unless you're happy with yourself and taking care of yourself, if you're not working out, if you're not sleeping well, if you're not eating well, if you're not, feeling the love, you cannot give back. You cannot give back to your family, you cannot give back to your friends. So as women, we are expected to just keep giving. But how can I give if I don't have? So, and if suppose your family, your friends, your colleagues don't give it, you have to generate it yourself. Right? So that is the other part of the question.
I'm saying, do you ever have moments of self-doubt at all?
Self-doubt about what? Of course I have. Like, self-doubt about what? Like, we all have. Self-doubt, like, I mean, come on. It's like, today I didn't blow dry my hair, it's curly, and I was like, it's fine. And self-doubt, of course, self-doubt comes, I mean, the way I dress, I'm absolutely in doubt, because if I was very confident, I would be very simply dressed. So the actual measure of a person's confidence is how simply they are dressed, and I'm not. So it's actually the opposite of what you all think I am. If I need the clutches of jewelry, if I need the clutches of beautiful clothes, then I'm not confident in my skin.
That is profound, Charlie. But I feel as you think. I don't know, but I think that, I mean, it's so honest of you, but I think if ever we have moments of self-doubt when you're not feeling ourselves completely, it's okay to resort to great clothes and great jewelry, okay? Learning from Charlie. Charlie, I want to know, what is your relationship with art and what is your relationship with money?
So my relationship with art is, I wanted to be an artist, but I got married. It's a 4-year program, so I couldn't go to art college. But I continued practicing painting. Now I do photography. I run an art foundation where we support contemporary Indian artists. But beyond all that, art for me is actually a therapy. Art for me is like if I stand in front of a beautiful building, I'll actually have an orgasm because I'll be like, oh my God. So that is how I feel. Like how people feel for other people, I feel for painting. So I'd actually go breathless and be like, oh my God. So that's how I feel. That is beyond what we do or what I do.
But tell me about money, the point I brought up about money. I just want to know that does money open doors to great art? To give you more?
So I think the times that we live in, money gives us great access to not just art, but to a lot of other things. It's like a safety net. It allows us to do things that we are passionate about. Like we can do a pet project, which we know might not generate funds. But if you're secure from other places, like the lady mentioned that she was working on another project to fund her project. So she already had that, safety net that she had this much money and she could. So money, of course, gives you a safety net to do things that you want to do in the way that you want to do. You don't have to compromise. But unfortunately, it's not the same for everyone. But I think my relationship with money is more about the safety, and I think what it can bring to me.
Yeah. And the reason I ask you this is that, Charlie, a lot of women hesitate. They associate asking for money or ambition for money as a dirty word. So they hesitate to ask for salary, they hesitate to ask for what they want. What is going to be your advice?
I think it's very sad that this is the state even now. I'm not a professional. But I've seen friends and family who have studied their entire lives and who are professional women. It's actually, women should demand much more than men. Because I think the way they function, the way they give to the job is totally different. And also they are extremely honest. And I think it's just, people just need to respect women and artists. So I don't think it's women.
I think even the artist. I think the world seems to take artists also for granted, So,
and you brought up artists, and I want to ask you that a lot of artists actually associate profits in art to being called a sellout. But do you think, in your opinion, for art to be sustainable, art should be looked like as a product, an artist, an entrepreneur, or not?
Well, of course, art is a product now, and why should it not be? Because if an artist is coming, painting or sculpture, and spending his entire time doing that, and if he wants to make money from it, okay. If he doesn't want to make, that's a different thing. But obviously, he wants to be sustainable. And I think it's so important for artists to make good money so that they can actually take a conscious decision to create great art. Because great art is actually it's like a journalist would write news about the times, an artist paints our times on his canvas. He paints what is going on in the society, in his life, what he sees around us. So it's actually a pictorial depiction of what is actually happening in society. So I think for great art to be there, an artist has to be paid extremely well, so he doesn't have to compromise.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie, I want to get your opinion on, the sort of biases a lot of women face. Men are never going to be asked, how do you manage work and home? They don't manage home. But they don't manage home. Yeah. And that's it. That's cool. They don't manage home. But, but that needs to change. And also I want to ask you that, this sort of stereotype, a lot of women, or a lot of beautiful women with gender face, that, she will not know how to handle money. She will not know, more technical things. She will not know architecture. What does she know how to build? What does she know about art? Did you ever face any sort of, backhanded
we all do. In fact, when I was constructing my home at that time, there was a lot of the contractor, they felt that the staff, the junior staff, felt that why is she coming and telling us what to do? She's just a young girl, and just because someone is building this house, she has no right to tell us how to, do the whatever details I would tell them. And luckily for my benefit, the contractor was actually my grandfather's friend. And he told them, he said, you don't know, aapko nahi pata kiski beti hai. So my father was actually, my grandfather was a builder contractor in Dainik Jagran and building. So, of course, but it's fine. And, the thing is that I don't blame people for not understanding me. It's like Latin doesn't cry that people cannot understand Latin, right? So why would I feel bad if somebody is I have to keep doing my job. Latin didn't feel bad when people didn't understand. Like Latin doesn't feel bad if we don't understand it, or like Sanskrit doesn't feel bad, I don't know Sanskrit. Yeah, but if they don't understand me and I'm not an open book, see, मुझे ये भी आता है, मुझे वो भी आता है, मैं ये भी कर सकती हूँ, वो भी कर सकती हूँ. I'll do it and whatever.
Yeah. So we've got one interesting quote from you, but Shalini, what is your favorite? What has been your favorite? There are so many. We in fact quoted one just before you entered the room. I'll give you a really nice one.
Somebody was troubling my friend and he's like going on and on and on about it and very upset. So he said, what should I do? I said, forget it. Now your new line has to be an eye for an eye, otherwise bye-bye. Because those people have tortured us so much.
An eye for an eye, otherwise bye-bye. Good one. Charlie, what's your most prized possession?
My most prized possession is a painting by my son, which he did when he was in the 9th standard. So that's what I would say. And my son's teeth.
Your son's teeth. All right. How many bags do you own?
Never counted. I'll go home and count and I'll tell you. Sure.
All right. And before we end, what is your one secret, Charlie Basra, for beautiful hair and skin? And don't tell me not holding grudges.
I use drinking water as the last rinse always. Last rinse when drinking water.
That's it. It can't be as simple as that.
But there are many more things. You asked one secret is very important. Because the water now is so bad. The water is so hard for the eyes.
Yes. You don't cut your hair at all. being with us at HerZindagi Womenpreneur Awards.
For such a fun session, and could I please request you both to stay on stage? Can I also call upon stage Mr. Gaurav Arora and Sonal Goyal, IAS Secretary, Government of Tripura, to present the Style, Substance and Impact Award to Charrin Basra, founder of SPAF and MASH, artist, art collector and philanthropist. Thank you so much for sharing such wonderful insights with us. What a wonderful segue into our next Fireside chat. Now, my son completes 11 months today, exactly 11-month-old today. And ever since the last 11 months, I've been very particular over the brands that I use for my son. And one of the brands that approached me, and a number of brands have approached me for PR packages, and I would say no because I would be like, no, I don't want to use this on his skin. But then there came along a particular brand that I have loved using on my son in the last 11 months, and that brand is Mate. Please join me in welcoming a mother of two, a woman behind a visionary business who has brought about such a change in skincare for the most important people in our families, and that is babies. Please give a huge round of applause to Priyanka Raina, co-founder of Mate, a natural and vegan mom and baby wellness brand, also the co-founder of the Raina Foundation, dedicated to empowering women and childcare in India. Priyanka is also a mom of two, and she definitely knows what she's doing. And she's joined by none other than Megha Mangal. Let's amplify these powerful stories of these two women as they talk about brand building and everything that goes behind it. And we want to hear what the Mate journey is all about. And don't you love the name, the Sanskrit word Mate? Thank you for that. It's absolutely wonderful and fresh. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. So, a former software engineer, Priyanka, wife of the famous Indian cricketer, mom of two, but biggest identity is a woman entrepreneur. Thank you for being here. And a disclaimer, I, a new mom of twins, I have grown to love Mate, genuine products. We use it before every bath. All right, so my first question is that, amongst all these identities, how did you entrepreneur, take birth? What got you to take the plunge into the business world?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. And Priya, thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. Really appreciate it. And today my day is made. I'll tell you why. Because since I've been here, at least 5 to 6 moms have come to me and said they've been using Mate for their children. So that's such a rewarding thing for me. I'm so happy to hear that. For the entrepreneurial journey, I think I have attended like 2 panels for Fireside Chat. And हम सभी की story बहुत common है कि ये एक personal needs से inception होता है. And similar stories for me, my brand is our inception happened because of my own personal needs, right? So my daughter, when she was born, I was based back in Europe. And I had a lot of options available for her, which, the products I could use for her. But when I moved to India, it became a challenge. Yeah. And I've always been a firm believer of using products that are natural and Ayurvedic. we come from India, we're so proud of the Ayurvedic practices, and in fact, when babies are born, हमारे household में we use so many practices जो generations से follow रहे हैं, right? We really like the massage. Yes. I think India is the only country where we follow this practice. So we have to appreciate it, we have to value it, and we have to adopt it. So that was my whole philosophy. We have to I wanted to come up with a brand which is truly valuing those old age practices and traditions and combining it with the modern day science to come up with a product which is not just safe, natural, pure, authentic, but at the same time highly effective and efficacious. Because I think as a mother, it really pains me to see if somebody is using chemicals on their babies. That hurts me like hell because we as adults are so mindful, so careful of like what we are using. Morning routine, evening routine, afternoon routine, I don't know. So many steps. But babies, they have the most delicate skin. And how can we be so careless and not mindful about what we're using on their skin? So that was the pain point, and that led to the birth of the brand marketing. Right.
So, you mentioned that, their skins are really delicate and a lot of people are using chemicals, but I think that a lot of it comes from not knowing, it's not about, so how do you educate parents when you take a product like latte and you say that we have such wonderful ingredients, choose this and not what you've been traditionally using? How does that process go and how important it is for a brand like this?
You very rightly said that the education is missing, awareness is missing, and that is the bit we have to work on. Because what happens is like somebody recommends a product that it says a good product, it's word of mouth, and you simply just pick it up and start using without really digging deeper what is inside the product. So the education bit starts from, of course, thankfully we're living in a digital age where the education bit has become very easy and the reach is much bigger, much wider. So we take full advantage of that. We create a lot of content to educate parents about what is harmful and what is not, and how you should read the labels, what are the things which are complete no-no, and why these things should not be used on children. And thankfully, I think in recent times there have been so many studies and news articles which shed light on this particular issue that the baby, in fact, recently there was an article which said there are certain chemicals in baby products particularly which can actually disrupt the hormones and lead to early puberty in children. So that is, these are things which we think are very little, but they can lead to much bigger problems in future.
So when you thought of launching a baby care as product for babies, the market must be flooded. I mean, there still are. It is a competitive market, right? Did you think of a USP? And what were the initial things? I mean, did you have a starting capital? Did you reach out? Was it bootstrap? Did you reach out to founders immediately? What was that process, the initial building of your?
So, one thing I knew for sure, my product. I was very, very sure of my product, and I think that is the hero of your business, right? That has to be the strongest part of your business because acquisition happens, but what is more important for business is the retention. Yeah. If your retention is good, your acquisition costs are covered. Yeah. And that can only happen if your product is speaking for you. Yeah. So product was sorted, but of course I do not come from a business background, so there was so much I had to learn. Yeah. And I knew the kind of product I want to build, what is the portfolio I want to build, different kinds of products, what are parents seeking in today's time. So all that was set. But I tell you, I've been busy with this project for like last 7 years, and the market has changed so much in these 7 years. Like how? So like, of course, the website and other e-com platform and now quick commerce. So you have to be really on top of the game. So every day we are learning all the strategies we had in place. Of course, we implement them, but we also constantly evolve and adapt according to the changes.
Do you remember the one day, a day of victory or a big obstacle that you sort of cleared? Do you remember one day that you said yes?
I think the product is such, and being a mother, so there are two things here. A mother is involved and a business person is involved, right? So, in fact, today only, when I hear these moms coming up to me and saying that they're so thankful that there's a product like Latte, that is a win for me. So, I celebrate each and every win, to be honest, and these feedbacks, these remarks, they're the biggest win for me.
find it really tough to find time to do anything. But I do concede that it's really important to chase your dreams. It's really important to also find your identity. But how does one do it? Do you have any tips on how to balance motherhood and, another baby? Your business is also your baby. How do you balance it?
There's no such thing as balance. It doesn't happen. It's tough. I'm sure it's tough for everybody. Some people have a very good support system. For them, it becomes a little easier. Some have it really tough. So, but again, because you're so passionate about something you're building, so you keep going. And that is your biggest driving force, I would say. And in my case, of course, sometimes my partners, my co-founders, I take this apart, and my husband, of course, has always been there to support me through and through. But there are times when it's really tough. And silence have to take a back seat.
Yeah, right. Radhika, also, among the many other things that you're doing, creating a product and doing market research and looking at customer feedback, you're also running a podcast on YouTube. What is the thought behind that, and what is it that you're gaining from it?
So the podcast is something very recent. I started just a couple months back. It's called Motherhood. So Mother means mother. It's a Sanskrit word. And we say motherhood. So it's a universe around parenting. See, as a brand, Mother, of course, we stand for the most authentic, pure, and efficacious products. But at the same time, we also stand for supporting parents. So soon after launching the brand, we realized that, I personally wanted to contribute beyond the products. And that is the reason the inception happened of the podcast, because we are having conversations, we're talking about difficult issues, because product एक बहुत small part है आपकी parenting journey का. Once you give birth, there's so many challenges which are involved, right? Starting from breastfeeding, postpartum depression, lactation, and all these small things which sound very small but can be very big. And that is the support that we want to provide to these moms and parents in general. In fact, yesterday I had a very interesting guest where we spoke about fatherhood. Yeah. Because we're very vocal about motherhood, the challenges mothers face. Yeah. But fathers are usually the silent partners, hardly speaking about their struggles. Recent studies say they also go through postpartum depression, but they're not vocal. They're not sharing their stories, their emotions. So these are the topics we want to touch upon, because Mate is way beyond your community of parents, and that is where we want to contribute.
Yeah. No, I think it's really smart because, through the podcast and the brand Connect, you're building a sort of, the thought that connects parenthood to your brand. So I think it's a great idea for a lot of us looking at new marketing techniques. I think this is a great idea.
It's not completely marketing, right?
No, and that makes it even better, I think, when you're passionate about it. Talk to me about how a brand like Mate looks at, building customer loyalty. Because, like you rightly said, it's not just about acquiring customers, also retaining, and also we're looking at repeats. When the button ends, you want to reach out for another. How do you, through your community, I believe some of that is happening, but how do you look at customer loyalty, and how important is customer feedback for you? And is there a mechanism that you have built to address that?
See, thankfully, I'm in a category where once you pick a product, it stays with you at least for a few years. Because in adults, we try and test different products, we keep switching. Yeah. But baby ke case mein, this doesn't happen a lot. So parents, if they like the product, they'll stick with it. That is one. Secondly, as I said earlier, product is the true winner here. The product is good because I'm very actively involved with my customers. Okay. I remember so many of them by name. And
really?
Absolutely. And I see many parents who were customers with us, been by for a few months, and then came back to us.
So they tried
other things, and then they came back to us. So that says enough about the quality of the products. Yeah. So I think that is the most important thing. Secondly, as I said, it is a community. We have to treat and respect the parents in the sense of like what they're demanding, their feedback. Every feedback is very important, and we're constantly evolving basis the needs of the parents. For example, we recently launched a kids conditioner. It's not a very common product, but since our community have been asking for it, in fact, my daughter, she's going to be 9, and thanks to Delhi's water conditions, and her hair is very, very dry now. So, we needed a product like that. So we hear, we adapt, we evolve, and that is what keeps us going.
What are your plans to scale the business? Is there anything in the works?
So many plans, honestly speaking. The first one to start with, we're getting into mom's products. So we're getting into pregnancy products and then a postpartum products. Beside that, certain accessories and gifting. In fact, we want to grow this category in the sense like it's taken seriously. So baby care is something which is not taken seriously, I would say. There's still so much to be taken care of, and so much awareness needs to be created. Secondly, is all the content and the podcast we're creating. We want to evolve with that. We want to have more and more people on board and be part of it. And eventually, I want to make it global because the international markets are truly recognizing the power of Harjinder, and I think this is important for the global market.
Before someone else does it outside and pay themselves. And thank you for thinking of moms because, when once the baby comes into the picture, moms are forgotten. They give you baby products as gifts, but nothing for the moms. So thank you for doing that. One last question before we wrap up. What is your word of advice to other women entrepreneurs who are looking at this sector, to take the plunge into entrepreneurship? Is it a tough sector to crack? Is it, reach a point of stagnation, or is there an opportunity to grow?
There's so many things you can still do. For example, teen is still a category which needs a lot. There's a lot of gap there. And teen, you must have read the news and the recent updates like teenagers are getting into makeup. Kids are getting into makeup. That is another category you can look into. A very, very big category, natural makeup. And I think anybody who's willing to build something, I would first say, please understand your market very thoroughly. Please understand your teaching very thoroughly because that gives you enough insight of what should be your product like, price point, how to reach out to your teaching, what should be your acquisition cycle, what should be your retention cycle. These are very, very important things to think about. And I would also say that go slow but go solid unless you have somebody backing you. So if you have limited funds, please make it a very robust model first. Your foundation has to be very strong before you start experimenting. And once you have achieved that, then you can start scaling up.
Go slow, but go solid and build a hero product. I think big takeaways from this conversation. Priyanka, thank you so much for speaking to us, and all the very best for Monday. Keep it growing and keep babies happy and moms happy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Megha.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us, Priyanka, and thank you so much, Megha. We can't wait to see your podcast as well. I'm going to go home and catch a few episodes. I would love to be there, definitely. And in order to felicitate the wonderful Priyanka Raina, can I please request on stage Mr. Suyash Laksakia, VP and Head, Branded Content and Production, Charrin New Media. Please give the ladies a huge round of applause. And we would like to present the Mother and Child Care Excellence Award to Priyanka Raina, co-founder of Content. Ladies and some gentlemen, we are going to take a quick tea break. I'm going to tell you 10 minutes. I know you will take 15 or 20, so let's wait to have you all back here, and we are going to start again. Just before we leave, can we have a quick look at our gifting partners' small EV clip? Can I please request the team to play the clip before we leave for the tea break? Thank you very much, and I will see you after some chai. Huh? See you.
You
शायरी में जाते हैं और कोई अपनी शेर शायरी सुनाने वाला होता है तो हम क्या कहते हैं? क्या enthusiastic audience है, सडनली सबने अच्छे से खाया है, सब कुछ इतनी जान आ गई है लगता है. चलिए मैं बोलूंगी ये दिल्ली है और आप लोगों को बोलना है यहाँ पार्किंग स्पेस नहीं मिलता. ठीक है, अभी रेडी? ये दिल्ली है, यहाँ पार्किंग स्पेस नहीं मिलता. ये दिल्ली है, यहाँ पार्किंग स्पेस नहीं मिलता. मिलती है तो बस बीच सर्दियों में अचानक बारिश के बूंदे. नई दिल्ली में थे कुछ पुराने से कूचे, खाली सड़क पर बिछे हुए अमलतास के फूल, इंडिया गेट पर चढ़ी हुई कुर्बानी की धूल. बंगला साहिब से आती कुर्बानी की आवाज. ये दिल्ली है, यहाँ पार्किंग स्पेस नहीं मिलता. मिलता है तो बस निजामुद्दीन औलिया की आजान का सुकून. इश्क से भी ज्यादा गर्म मई और जून. पुरानी दिल्ली के हर कोने में कुछ नई दास्तानें, बड़ी बड़ी मॉल्स और बिल्डिंग्स और उससे भी बड़े सरकार के वादे. उर्दू जुबान साफ करती है यहाँ की प्रदूषित हवा. ये दिल्ली है, यहाँ पार्किंग स्पेस नहीं मिलता. फिर भी अगर चलानी है आपको अपने प्रेम की गाड़ी तो ऑड इवन की कर लीजिए तैयारी. मीर ने इश्क करना भी दिल्ली से ही सीखा है. जंग इश्क हो या इश्क जंग, सब कुछ दिल्ली ने अपनी आंखों से देखा है. ये दिल्ली है, यहाँ पार्किंग स्पेस नहीं मिलता. ये दिल्ली है, यहाँ पार्किंग स्पेस नहीं मिलता. लेकिन बाकी सब कुछ सिर्फ और सिर्फ यही तो मिलता है ना? And with that, ladies and some gentlemen, are we ready to get the rest of the evening started? Do we have everyone here for the next panel? Yes, yes. Do I have a go ahead? Beautiful. I want to announce a very, very special panel next, which talks about innovation, which talks about trailblazing women, and women who have disrupted the system. You know, and I think that's the quality of being a historical woman who is made to remember. Growing up, we are called difficult. है ना? ये word हम सबने सुना है, difficult बच्चे, difficult. तो ये मुश्किल औरत है, and that's one of the most beautiful things that I can say for you. The next panel discussion is about redefining innovation, women leading the charge in unconventional and emerging. And please give a huge round of applause. Now you've all had your chai, you've all had your fish tikka, you've all had your coffee. So तालियों की आवाज मुझे ज़्यादा आनी चाहिए. Please join me in welcoming Radhika Ghai, Manager of Content HerZindagi, who will be moderating the session. And we have our panelists, Meena Bahal Kapoor, founder of Astro Yogi, Neeti Sharma, CEO. You have to keep the applause going. Yes, yes. Team Lee's Digital, Jaya Chahar, founder and CEO of Trade Fantasy Game, Ritika Jatin Ahuja, COO, Big Boy Toys, Shruti Agarwal, co-founder, Staswin. Can I please have all of you on stage? And let's give them a big round of applause. Yes.
So, traditionally, I think women have been associated with a certain kind of businesses, like beauty or fashion. But here we have women who've really pushed the envelope when it comes to entrepreneurship. We have women from the fields of finance, from gaming, from technology, and they've really shattered the glass ceiling. And without really further ado, I will straight on jump into asking them and learning from them today. So, Meena, my first question would be to you. Astrology traditionally has been a very offline domain. People have gone physically to astrologers to seek guidance. And what made you transform this into an online business and make it as big as Astro Yogi is today? And how did you manage to do it?
So when we started, we were actually, powering the telecom space, Airtels and Vodafones of the world, running call centers. So that's where the genesis of this started, and I was more of a, at that
point in time of a content curator as well. So that was the VAS, but then things changed in 2016-17, and then we pivoted to being, customer-facing, and then we launched an app. And from there, that's where the genesis of this journey of being completely consumer-facing has started.
And how have you built people's faith online? Like, how do you make people trust and build credibility for your platform? Because a lot of astrology is about believing the people you're seeking guidance from. So how did you manage to build credibility for the platform?
So privacy and trust is a huge. In the beginning, of course, a lot of this trust came from, because we had all the biggest names in the industry who were tied up with us. And then we have a lot of stringency about privacy, and people, over a period of time, they try something out of curiosity, but when they see that, privacy, quality, trust, all of those things, are parameters to measure all of those things are very, very stringent. It comes, and of course, of late in the last 3 to 4 years, astrotech, faith tech has, is absolutely exploded. It's absolutely exploded in a huge way. We're finding, a demographic of, our largest demographic today is 18 to 35. Most people think that the demographic would be much older. They think that, it's people who are 50 plus or people who are not using. But our largest demographic is a much younger audience.
That's very interesting to know, because I would think that it was my mom's generation or so that was into it, but it's very interesting to know that the younger cohort, 18 to 35, are using an astrotech app in large numbers. I will move on to Neeti Sharma from TeamLease. So the job market is ever evolving, both from the employer's end and from the end of people looking for jobs and what they want their workplace to be like. So how does TeamLease adapt to this forever ever-evolving demands?
It's a good question, and thank you for having me here. There is, there's this whole thing about every time we go to a company, they end up saying, I'm a lonely network. Right? And I'm sure everyone on the panel here will also echo that they don't get the right set of people. And when going to colleges, when I'm going to other institutions, I keep hearing that there are no jobs. So unemployability is a bigger problem than unemployment in our country. Okay? What we try and do is we do this supply demand match. We bring in the right set of people for the right set of requirements. Of course, बीच में massage करना पड़ता है. आपकी ये skill कम है, how do I help you upskill? How do I tell you this is the gap? Please learn and come back. Okay? Because this is changing every day. Today, the jobs that exist did not exist 5 years ago. The jobs that exist today will not exist even 2 years ago. 80% of the jobs will not remain. Okay? We're talking about social media influence as a business. Okay? Think about it. When was the first social media influencer who had come in? And now we're running full-fledged. It's an industry by itself. It's amazing. So I think everyday things are evolving. At TeamLease, we're trying to bridge the gap. We work with education institutions, we work with employers, we work with policymakers. Right? So whether it is the new education policy, whether we work with Niti Aayog, or we work with the labor ministries, we ensure that there is a surround sound about what skills employers need and what skills the candidates have to learn and come to us.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting to know, and I'll come back to that what you said, that the jobs that exist today, 80% of that won't. But I move on to Jaya from Trade Fantasy Game. So fantasy gaming is not only highly competitive, but it's also a very male-dominated field. Gaming itself, the numbers have always been skewed, where male gamers far outnumber women gamers. So what motivated you to enter this space, and how has your journey been so far?
I think, thanks for asking me this, because it's high time that we spoke about something like that, right? Now, what motivated me, honestly, when I was opening this venture, मुझे तो business बनाना था, and I had worked for multiple MNCs like Airtel, I worked for BBC, I worked for so many, right? Now, I was aware that 4G आया है, 5G भी आएगा, and there was a massive digitization that
India was going through and still is going through. And so I think my motivation was to make absolute business, and this was a great opportunity to do one. But having said that, to be honest, I didn't know that this was such a male-dominated industry. Now, when I got into it, that's when I realized that, hey, where are the women? Right? Now, not just from a founder perspective, there are very less women. Even from a technical programming perspective, you barely find women, and I think Neeti here can vouch for that. But you will not have a lot of women in pure programming tech roles. Now, having said that, why can I talk about it? Is because I've been running this business for the last 3 years, and I've barely found women, even though I try to consciously find women in these roles, right? So, it's been a great deal to find great talent. It's been a great deal to find founders to connect with as a woman. And I think more than that, to prove myself that, hey, this is a serious business for me. I could be a woman, but I'm serious about what I do. So it doesn't matter. I don't have to always be doing skincare or clothes or something that, very normally, becomes a womanly thing, right? Gaming and tech is equally a woman's thing. So I think that's where I'm at, still trying to prove it.
Just quickly comment to what I was saying. She's bang on that in the tech industry. At the entry level, there are only 36% women, despite the fact that we have 50% girls who take STEM education, and by the time they reach boardroom, it's only 7 to 8%. So that's where we are in terms of women participation.
Now we move on to Radhika, who is also in a very interesting space of luxury automobile, which is also an unconventional space to be in for a woman. So what challenges did you face while you were trying to break stereotypes while driving the most cool cars, if I may put it that way, the Mercs and the BMWs and the Mini Coopers? What was your challenge while you were trying to shatter these stereotypes that only men can have these very huge, great-looking cars?
First of all, thank you so much, audience, for keeping so much patience today. And thank you, Rupsha, for calling me, running this, and all the panelists. It's an honor to be sharing a space with all the entrepreneurs who are here on the stage. Now, coming back, I'm Radhika Ghai. I'm the COO of Big Boy Choice. Big Boy Choice is a luxury car portal and a showroom. Most of the time, I am the COO of this male-dominated industry as per se, the stereotype. The challenges is the stereotype attached to the position I am in today. Because if we talk about it, per se, people feel that choosing a luxury car today is a man's job. A lot of people feel that woman doesn't have enough knowledge to choose the car which is right for them to use or for the family to use. Also, I feel somehow the women feel like how in the financial status also they feel that they are probably not good enough to take that decision. My role as per when I come into this, I think I was trying to not break stereotypes, but I was trying to live an example for all the women that it's nothing like that. If women can run countries, if they can run households, if they can run businesses, we can very well run and drive our own supercars. So I feel the main challenge was to create a community, which I have by the name of Queen's Drive Club. It is India's first women's supercar club, and which has about 150 members at the moment, where we as women, we try and build, by example, space, a sisterhood, all these women who have this passion of driving supercars and telling the world that if we can do it, you can do it too. So, absolutely. And taking a leaf out from what you said, I will go to Shruti. You said that women, despite earning, sometimes don't feel or are made to not feel capable enough to take their own financial decisions
essentials like buying a luxury car. And fintech is actually transforming the financial landscape in India. And Shruti, I want to ask you, why did you launch StashFin and what was the gap you were trying to fill in the market?
So StashFin is a fintech company that provides loans to people. It could be for different reasons, education, upskilling, starting your own business, or just to buy an iPhone, or any emergency needs. So, I was living in the US, and the minute you land there, you go to any bank, you get a credit card. After living there for 10 years, when I moved back to India, I could get a credit card because I had just given birth to a child and I was unemployed by choice. But it was very strange because when I lived in the US or moved to the US and one of the students still unemployed, I was very surprised. The economic bracket is much higher. India has 200 million households which are very famous middle class, which are underbanked and underserved. And me coming from an economic background, which I came from, I was very surprised not to get a credit card. Hence decided to serve the underbanked. And it has been a great place to be. You read about fintech, you've seen how it's transforming India in terms of transparency. Now everyone's on a UPI, everyone has one payments app, and banks are forced to serve those who are underserved. And we're pretty proud in saying that we have 30 lakh customers, and we're very proud and we believe in one thing: no one should be credit starved, no one should be underbanked.
Well said. I will come back to Meena here, and I want to understand that you're actually a woman in tech, because Astrology is an app first, and the technology forms a core component of the business. And being a woman in tech, you are breaking a lot of stereotypes. And how has that journey been for you?
That journey has actually been tremendous because if I look back 15, 17 years ago, when I would go for conferences, mobile-based conferences, or internet conferences, I was the only woman in the room. I was the only woman, 200 men and one me. And no one would talk to me. No one would actually talk to me. I mean, I don't know what there was that they found intimidating, but for whatever reason, yeah. So that journey's been a long one, and it's absolutely fabulous to see how many women are now in tech, and how many women have come forward to be part of this. My journey was more unusual simply because I was not a software developer. I was not someone who had a developer background. I just had a need to be part of the internet and the value-added services story. I wanted very badly to be in that space. Ironically, though, one of the things that I'm seeing a lot of people talk about them being women, I never ever saw my challenges as being a woman. I saw them the challenges of being an entrepreneur. And I feel that all entrepreneurs do have those challenges. I don't necessarily feel, of course, there are, I'm sure women have experienced otherwise, but my own experience was that those were very entrepreneurial challenges.
I see.
But it's been nice.
I will move on to Neeti, and I will take a leaf from what you had said earlier, that 80% of the jobs that exist today won't. And something a lot of us keep thinking about is AI. Will AI take our jobs? And I want to ask you, with AI being the buzzword today, with automation and AI coming into the picture, how is team leads adapting and telling the people when they are trying to be hired what their core lookout should be? What has been your advice? What has been your observation?
Sure. So I think before I respond to your question, I would just say the joke around in our circles is AI is like आलू. पनीर पर भी डालता. That's really what's happening. Everyone's talking about AI, Gen AI, but not everyone's realizing actually what the use case is and what the impact is going to be. So great question. Yes, there will be disruption. There will be some jobs that will not exist in the short term. There will be many jobs that will not exist in the long term, given digitalization and the advent of AI and MS. And there's so much intelligence happening today in the world of technology, and 2 more women here on the panel who deal with tech on a daily basis. So yes, things are changing on a recurring basis. But something that we've been talking about with all our job seekers is we have to stay relevant, we have to stay agile, and we have to be reskilling ourselves on a continuous basis. We can't be complacent. In India, we have this thing, get doctor will tell you my life is set. Trust me, life is not set for any reason. Right? I mean, whether it is digital, whether it is non-digital, things are disrupting much faster than what we have had over the last 5 years time frame. So things will move. AI, yes, is today. Tomorrow it will be some other technology. I think we have to just learn to adapt. We also, by the way, have to learn from the digital natives, which is the next generation that are coming into the workforce. Yeah. I'm not digital native for sure, but we have to learn. If you don't learn and adapt, I will actually become a dinosaur in this world. So.
Jaya, I want to ask you that there are a lot of regulatory and ethical concerns around fantasy gaming. And how do you ensure responsible gaming practices on your platform?
I think I want to firstly clarify that there is a difference between skill-based gaming and chance-based gaming. So to put it very clearly for the larger audience, chance-based gaming is typically your casino games, right? That's not what we do. We absolutely do only skill-based gaming, which actually is abiding by a lot of compliances in the country, right? That includes responsible gaming, that includes age gating. Age gating, for example, that there's nobody who can enter the platform who's below the age of 18. If there is a banned state where even a normal online game, which is, let's say the incumbents that exist with us are also coming under online gaming. So we also have those compliances that we follow. We're an extremely transparent platform, paying the new TDS and GST on behalf of the users as well. We do have limitations on the kind of deposits you can make or the kind of gameplay that you can keep. For example, you cannot play for more than a certain hours on the app. So those are the kind of compliances, and also the data privacy law that's just come out is highly followed on our platform. So I would say that is what makes us very, very compliant to the regulations. However, in terms of ethicality, there's a lot of perception I've had to fight, wherein I tell normal people that I'm doing gaming and they look at it as like basic gambling. But it's not, right? So you can't be, and of course I understand that even video games today have its own repercussions. And that's the reason it's responsible gaming. It's as much required for us as it is required for OTT platforms, for that matter, where consumption is being looked at too. So that's the way we followed all compliances and the regulations that are put out by the government.
Thank you for that. Priyanka, in the luxury car segment, consumer behavior has really evolved over the years. So how has Big Boy Toys adapted to that?
So Big Boy Toys has always been right there with the Gen Z attitude. Like the moment most of my team, which works for me in marketing, is also Gen Zs. And we are one of those who like to adapt to see how the consumer is currently behaving. Currently, if the consumer is much more active in a way that they are much more aware on social media, they can really make the difference in what kind of things and lifestyle they want to lead. They are more into going towards sustainability, going more towards EVs and hybrid cars. So when Big Boy Toys come into the picture, we have widely kind of evolved our car collection, going from the diesel to EVs and more of hybrids, because that's what the consumer wants today. Changing ourselves in terms of doing a lot of collaborations with different portals on social media and podcasts and other platforms, because knowing that a consumer is mainly there today, or trying anything that's new and which is not that popular yet, because we feel that let's just jump into first, because a few years down the lane, that's where the market is going to be. So we love evolving ourselves, we love being first in the trade
trying something new and see whether it works for us or not. We are not someone who thinks more about the failures, but we just feel that we want to be the first one to try something out. Shruti, my last question to you. What are the biggest myths about women in finance and fintech that you would like to address and break?
I think the panel has already addressed one. Women don't understand technology. Women don't want to pursue technology even after studying technology. So even though you're fin and tech second, mindset is all technology, so we generally find challenging to hire talent in technology. So we have a special program. Anyone who refers a woman in technology in the company gets $100 bonus for 1 lakh rupees. So we want to encourage a lot of hiring in technology, but unfortunately very little talent is available. Second challenge, what we find is on the leadership side. Worldwide, only 15% women are in fintech. And while you have 26% women on public boards, understanding numbers, etc., with fintech, because it's challenging, ever evolving, we find very few women participating and even few in the leadership roles.
I can see the red board up there, so I will quickly, in 30 seconds, I want to ask one question that I want all of you to answer, which is that one mistake that you may have made in your journey as an entrepreneur that you really learned from, because I think mistakes can be the building blocks of something greater. So what is that one mistake that you may have learned from?
Definitely that I doubted myself. In the early days, I doubted myself. I always thought that and it's taken me a while to figure out that self-doubt is actually maybe in the early days what would held me back. Once I overcame the self-doubt, there's been no comeback. So I think that made a huge difference.
I think that's something we can all learn from, that self-doubt harms more than it helps.
I would just call out saying power of networking. I wish I would have learned about it a lot earlier, because when network of mentors, colleagues, friends, they just help you grow and they help us create an ecosystem, something that I think I learned much later in my life.
This is, I think, the second time somebody said this on the stage today, that networking is up top when it comes to entrepreneurship. What about you, Jaya? I think don't take regulations lightly. They can affect any industry. It doesn't matter which industry you're from. Things can change, but I think my advice would be to navigate through them. Keep evolving, stay agile, especially for a tech business. You have to be very agile. That's one thing. Adapt on the go and keep learning.
I personally feel that in an entrepreneur's life, there are no mistakes. Everything that you do is a learning lesson. You just have to take it in a positive mindset and move forward, because you yourself are a baby. You're like growing up a baby, and everyone's a first-time mother. So there are no mistakes. You're doing best at whatever you're doing.
That's the outlook. Entrepreneurs really need to adapt.
I'll take it for her. The two for me. Not asking for help. Ask for help. And there's nothing called over communicating. These are two learnings which I'm using now every day. Asking help of team, asking help of family. I think it's really important that you over communicate and ask for help. Because as it's your baby, you can't really let go of it. Now you have it. You might as well nurture it with the best help.
Very well said. Can we have a big round of applause for all our panelists? I think ask for help, make more mistakes, don't consider them as big mistakes, and keep learning. I think we've learned a lot collectively from the panel today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Raksha.
Thank you so much, ladies, for such valuable lessons on life and business. Thank you for that. Can we please give them a huge round of applause? I would also like to request Mr. Ankah, the scene CRO, Jagran New Media, to please join us on stage and felicitate the lovely ladies, along with Rupsha. Thank you. very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Basin. Thank you, ladies. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be such an interesting session, the next one, and I'm personally really excited for this because this is a lady whose work I have been following on Instagram. And you know, growing up in the 90s in a middle-class family, we were only given a few career options, right? We could either be bankers or teachers or engineers and doctors. And then come along women who have disrupted the industry and become innovators in professions. Children who are growing up today can aspire to be anything they want. And one such woman who has carved a way and transformed the timeless art into a structured, high-value profession. Please join me in welcoming Dolly Jain, one of the most sought-after celebrity draping artists, from styling Bollywood icons to royal brides. If there is anyone whose sari draping you need to look up today, it is Dolly Jain, ladies and gentlemen. Please give her a huge round of applause. I'm an absolute fan of your work. Thank you for doing what you do. She will be in conversation with Radhika Ghai, and while you listen to these conversations, make sure you keep tagging us on Instagram at HerZindagi and use the hashtag Womenpreneur 2025. Dolly and Radhika, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dolly, for being here. Thank you for inviting me here. Ladies and gentlemen, Dolly Jain, naam hi kafi hai. Dolly, you've made a global brand of yourself. And, you know, it's at the core of it, it's such a simple idea, isn't it? Saris that our mothers and our grandmothers, they've all been wearing. But I think the best ideas are the simplest ideas. Tell us about your love-hate relationship with the sari. Many of you will be surprised, but Dolly has a secret, right? So generally, the sari fabric that I love, I used to, at a time, hate it. Hate it so much that I would really want to chop it into pieces and flush it. I got married into a family where my mother-in-law was so rigid about me only wearing a sari, and she wouldn't allow me to wear anything else. And I would see my husband sleeping and snoring, and I would have to wake up 1.5 hours early to get ready in a sari. It would take me a good 45 torturous minutes every single morning to drape one perfect sari. And I would just feel, why 6 yards of this fabric going round and round of me and not getting over when I could just wear a kurta. It was so fast and so easy, and it would cover me completely. But she was strict. She didn't actually allow me, and slowly I just felt the maximum compliment I received was in a sari. And I just felt, slowly I started falling in love with saris. And when she agreed on me wearing a kurta, by then I was already in love with my fabric.
So she did come around.
She did after many years.
But yeah, now you said 45 minutes to wear a sari. Ladies and gentlemen, Dolly has a Limca record in being able to drape a sari in 18 seconds.
Guinness record, guys.
A Guinness record. Stand corrected. 18 seconds flat.
No, don't forget the half. It's 18 and a half seconds.
The 0.5. I think the 0.5 is crucial, isn't it? And being able to drape a sari in more than 300 different ways. 325 different ways. But listen, did the record guys come to you? Was it like easy on the plate, or was it your hustle?
Not at all. In fact, I remember when I told this to my dad, that Dad, I want to make a career out of it. My dad said, "Beta, ये जो दुनिया है ना, दो भाषा समझती है. एक है Bollywood, दूसरा है certificates.
Certificates.
Yeah. So Bollywood wasn't happening, so it was only the certificates which I could take. So I remember practicing every single day religiously. When I came up with, I didn't have a high-tech camera then with whatever I could capture. I did one sari in 80 different styles, and I approached the Limca record people saying that
actually answered my call and he said, "What is this phone रखे हमारा time मत waste कर." And I said, "भैया मैं एक साड़ी को 80 different styles से पहना सकती हूँ. हमारी मम्मी रोज करती है, प्लीज दीदी आप रोज कॉल मत करिए हमें." I would call him every single day. And then I actually got their address. I sent the CD, to their place. And then this lady called me up that, what you're doing is very interesting. We would like to come to Calcutta to see what you do live. Then she came. And उन्होंने सब कुछ देखा and silently they just went away. And I was like, oh my God, now what am I going to do? And I think after 17 days, I received a certificate from the Limca Court which says Dolly Jain holds a Limca record for draping a sari in 80 different styles. I think that was a game changer.
Wow. So the certificate you got, but then, when your dad said Bollywood, that's not far for you.
Yeah, that was very far, but now, yes.
Yeah, but when the thought of taking sari draping, taking that up professionally, that also came from the Bollywood team.
Yeah, it did.
That's a fascinating story.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, it was long back before I even had started draping. Even before, it was like a seed form in my mind. There was nothing there, no picture at all of draping as a career. So my mama was a film producer and we had a party where Sridevi ji and all of them were invited. So something spilled on her sari and she went to go, she just went to correct it. And me being a Sridevi die-hard fan, I followed her. She was doing it and I was like, I knew nothing about it. And I said, I can do your saris, thinking that these people never wore their saris themselves. So I said, I'll do your saris. She said, no, I can do it myself. He said, no, I can do it for you. I was forcing myself on her. And then I remember doing the saris and she was staring at my fingers the way it was moving. And I was like, Dolly, क्यों तो बोला उसको ये बात. But after a few seconds pause, I remember she said, Dolly, I've been wearing saris since child.
Yeah, she's a child artist.
Yeah, and then I've had all these dadas and, all these dressed dadas dressing me up for saris. I have never ever seen anyone move their fingers like the way you beat. And then, after 2 seconds pause, she just said the line that actually changed the way I look at it. Why don't you take it up as a profession? I think because coming from Sridevi ji, the legend herself, I just took that one line so seriously. And that I immediately came back to Calcutta and the first line I said, Dad. And it was only my dad who understood me. The rest felt Dolly ka dimag kharab ho gaya. So I told this to Dad and Papa ne kaha, you just have 6 months to do this. Either do it or forget it.
Yeah. But Dolly, tell me, when you did start doing it, when you started, and that observation that your hands were moving, when I look at your videos, I think the sari behaves differently with you. The sari is obedient towards Dolly Jain. It is not obedient to us. But coming to, when you started doing, draping for, I think you started with weddings and what is the sort of reaction you got? We heard the founder of So Fresh saying that sabzi bechti ho tum. Was that the sort of things that you were hearing around? And what made you stick to your plan?
I think the society behaved very badly, very weirdly, I would say. But all thanks to them. It is because of you guys, all the beautiful words that you gave me, I am where I am today. Initial days I heard that Dolly ka dimag kharab ho gaya, Dolly time waste कर रही है, कुछ आनी जानी नहीं है इसमें जो ये कर रही है. She will never be able to make any money out of it. Guys, you all know how much I charge. So she'll never be able to make any money out of it. She's just wasting her time. अभी इसको ड्रेपिंग का बुखार चढ़ा है, वो उतर जाएगा, then she'll start doing something else. And many more things like this. But I stuck to this because the line was given by the legend herself. Yes. And she saw there was some magic. Yeah.
And I didn't have to prove this to anyone. I jumped to prove myself that I must be doing something. And every time I drape my sarees, I definitely got a lot of appreciation from others. So I think,
And to the point that you said, when they said, kya kamaegi, kya milega, there is a lot of curiosity, right? How much do you charge? And because there is a lesson to be learned, because we undervalue ourselves, especially when we talk of service and women. We don't know what is the worth to attach. How did you come to that number, if at all that number is something that you can share with us?
Actually, trust me, I never knew how much to charge. Can someone just put my phone to silence mode, please? Kushi, Sheeta. Excuse me, my phone on silence mode. Sorry, it's just disturbing me a lot. I definitely didn't know what to charge.
Check if it's a celebrity calling for a
No, seriously. The first assignment that I got, and she said, Dolly, will you help me for draping a saree? I said, yeah, I'm coming. And then she asked me, what do you charge? I knew nothing. I took 250 rupees from her. I didn't know what a drape artist charges. So I felt for that 1.5 hours that I took to drape her saree, I think 250 is good enough. Then it just started building up. And then when I had this certificate in my hand, when you have something to prove that you're worth more, then you start charging more. I was doing a wedding in Hyderabad. I remember very clearly. That lady called me up and she said, Dolly, what would you charge? And I said, let's put 10,000 rupees. Let's see what's the reaction. So I said 10,000 rupees. She said, okay. There was this 3-day wedding. And I don't know how many females I had draped. So when I came back, I had an envelope. And I started counting. And then it was 30,000 rupees. So she actually had thought that I'm going to charge 10,000 rupees per day.
Oh, okay.
And that's how I got 30. So then it was 10,000 rupees per day. Then it slowly started building up. And then I remember one of the wedding planners just called me up saying that, okay, this is your charge. This charge should be per event, right? I said, yeah. This charge is per event and not per day. Because in a day I would do 3 events. And then it started building up. So it's just like, and then when celebrities' name, you start getting attached to them, and you keep filtering them by raising your prices.
But also, Dolly, you've now draped so many celebrities, all the wonderful weddings, all the big ticket weddings. I know Dolly's going to be there. I quickly checked Dolly's Instagram, and I know she's going to be there. But obviously, you post after you're allowed to post these days. That's also the thing. But some time ago when we were chatting, there were very interesting hacks that you had. You said that, when you're doing Nita Ambani, you do something so that her mantika doesn't float, and with Deepika there's something. Couple of hacks that you want to share?
So, on Instagram, I always saw everybody just using 2 pins, and that a hair artist would do. There was never a drape artist sector, So, what I came up with, I started stitching. I came up with the concept of stitching the whole dupatta in such a way. So, everything had an incident attached, and that's the reason I started doing things. So, I did it right, and I did 1 pin here and the other pin here, and it was a high-profile wedding. There were so many photographers capturing her from all ways. So, when she was bending down with her dupatta, the blouse would here, and there was a space between. I said, no, there has to be a correction done. And that's when I started stitching. So, when you have families like the Ambanis, or when you have someone who's performing on stage, you make sure that the jewelry is fixed in such a way that even when they're dancing, the jewelry shouldn't move. So every piece that you see, every jewelry is stitched with the blouse. Every mantika is fixed in a way that it doesn't move at all. So from every angle from they walk out to when they walk in, everything should be in proper place.
So this is about innovation. How you innovate your service according to what is required, what is the requirement. Dolly, from being called a drape artist to now a drapepreneur, you've entered the entrepreneurial part of your journey with Keynote. What was the thought behind launching a product like that? You also have a line of blouses. So what is it like being an entrepreneur?
So I'll tell you what actually had happened. I understood the problem was not the sari. The problem was the base. They actually got the best of designer to have their saris, but they never wore a proper underskirt. So they would buy a Sabyasachi sari, but they would go and take mama's underskirt and drape it on us. And they would feel that I'm looking a size bigger and it's bulkier from here because it's not meant for you. And that's when the idea came that the designers are busy making saris and then nobody draping them, so they actually don't know the problem.
Lovely, yeah.
And that's when I said there's a huge vacuum here and they don't understand this market as much as I do. Yeah. I said, let me launch the underskirt in such a way that it has to be cotton, because what I saw is the market had a lot of fabric which was lycra, taffeta, and which wasn't suiting the environment, the temperature that we live in. So I said, it has to be cotton. So the product that I have, it's called the T-coat. Why the T-coat? Because I felt petticoat, the petty was very small for me. So I removed the petty, I added my initial, the D. It was D''coat. T-coat all your sari problem by wearing a T-coat. Lovely. So that is how it was introduced. And I made sure that it is 99% cotton and 1% lycra because of the stretch that you have. It's not body hugging. I like keeping space because what we see on Instagram is not why appropriate petticoats are. It cannot be body hugging. You need to understand you're wearing something under which you need to tuck in your sari. So you cannot wear something that tight. So I think keeping all that in mind, I came up with this product and I think everybody is really loving it. Yes.
My final question to you, Dolly, is when you see somebody not wearing the sari well, or if you see someone, I think there is an increasing trend of not wearing the sari because there is a fear attached to it. Khul jayegi. It's, cumbersome, or I have to go to work, I have to take the metro, I have to hop into a bus, I have to take, a flight, I don't want to wear a sari. So there is a trend of, not just keeping it for special occasions. What do you say to that?
I think sari has done a huge comeback. The graph says the sari has done a huge comeback. All the saris from the attic are back to their wardrobes and they've got their respected place. They've done a huge comeback. I agree to this saying that yes, the girls, they don't want to wear it on an everyday basis. It is more occasional. But where the girls would prefer wearing lehengas, now they want to wear saris. Now even the friends, the bridesmaid, where they would wear a lehenga instead of a sari, now they all are opting for saris.
Right.
So I think they've understood that saris is the thing that can look, make them look the most flattering.
Yeah, and it's timeless, and much of the credit for that, I would say, goes to you, Dolly. All the fantastic stuff that you keep putting out on your Instagram. Thank you so much. Just before we end, what's your tattoo say?
Oh, it says, I'm 6 yards ahead of my time.
Absolutely, 6 yards ahead of her time, creating a niche, a never before niche. And there's so many others now I see, there's so many others, and there's a sort of respect that you've brought in the profession. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies, a big round of applause for Dolly Jain.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to these two beautifully draped saris on stage. Let's give a huge round of applause to Dolly Jain and Megha Mungai. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Anuj Bhasin once again to present the awards, the Niche Creator and Business Leader Award. Rightly felicitated to Ms. Dolly Jain, founder of I Am by Dolly Jain Celebrity Drape Artist. Please continue clapping. Thank you. invite some very special people who have made today's evening possible, and that is our jury members. Can we please give a huge round of applause for the jury members? If I can please have Megha back on stage. And please continue clapping. I'm going to invite the rest of the jury while we will get Megha soon too. We have Seema Ahuja, Global Head of Communications and Corporate Brand Biocon Group. Anisha Singh, Founder and Managing Partner of She Capital, Founder and ex-CEO of Vidala.com. Rachna Gimawa, Director, Gateway Group of Companies. Tripti Shingha Somani, Founder of Womennovator, Global Incubator for Women. Please give them a huge round of applause. And I would please request Mr. Kaur to once again come back up on stage to felicitate our jury members, without whom we could not have picked our award winners for tonight. So thank you very much for all the hard work that you've put through.
Ladies, this is the jury panel. The panel that has painstakingly gone through all the nominations. We've had discussions to the point of sometimes debates on who the winner should be. I'll quickly hand over the mic to some of you to say, what was the experience like?
Thank you, Megha. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone who is in the room here. I believe all nominations are winners in their own domain. So, picking up a select field, I think for the jury, the most difficult task was to really pick up who the best was, because I think everyone has really put in their heart and soul. But what really stood out for me was that each and every entry of every other product reflected the passion and commitment with which they really built their business, and which made our task really very difficult to pick up the best one. And what we did, how we did, I'll ask Anisha to put some light on that.
That's what you said. It was just Megha said that it was a lot of banter back and forth. I will say this. We were, I think, all of us impressed and amazed with the quality of founders that we found. I was telling Megha that it was, we've done so many juries amongst us. Pretty much everybody sat on different panels and juries. But we were just absolutely overwhelmed with the genre, the kind of founders that we had to see, and the knowledge base that we gained about the amazing stuff a lot of the founders are doing. So thank you for giving us that experience.
I would just like to add one thing, that apart from seeing all the nominees that had come up, and which was a really difficult task for all of us to choose the winner, because everyone was a winner in their own right. To that, I will also add that the HerZindagi team did a little bit of, did a good job in kind of, consolidating and giving us those precious points that we had to look over when we had to decide our winner. So congratulations to HerZindagi team too, and a big congratulations to all the winners and all the nominees here too.
I would simply say you all were wows. So I think if you are not excited, now is the time you get excited, because soon we would be starting our awards, and come in front with a big smile to all the awardees. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we please felicitate the jury members? Please give a huge round of applause for the fabulous jury that has made tonight's award ceremony possible and valuable. Thank you so much. of the awards that we are announcing right now. It is the Hospitality and Tourism Award, and that goes to Shikhar Sareen, founder of Western Group of Resorts. Please give a huge round of applause. And in order to felicitate her, can I please have on stage Megha and Fritveek? Thank you. From the jury, if you could please join us on stage. Megha, can I please have you back on stage? Congratulations, Megha. Congratulations. Thank you, jury members. Thank you so much. Up next, we have our last fireside chat, but definitely not the least because we are doing it with a powerhouse of talent who has seamlessly blended stardom with authenticity. We have none other than an actress, a style icon, and a voice of authenticity in the entertainment industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to Amira Dasoor. Yes, please join us and welcome Amira on stage. Looking so beautiful. Thank you for being here today. In the session, the power of celebrity branding, responsibility, influence, and authenticity. And she will be joined once again by Megha Mandai, managing editor of Happy Lifestyle, Jagran Media. Thank you so much, ladies. Can we please have the chairs up on stage? See, women supporting women. We just don't speak it, we also do it. It's not just words, it's also the actions. Thank you so much. All right, so according to TAM Addicts in the report, between January to June 24, 32% share of ads telecast on TV were endorsed by celebrities. Film stars contributed to more than 75% of advertising during Jan to June 24, followed by athletes and television stars who contributed to 14% and 11% respectively. Celebrity brand ambassador ladies provide a higher degree of consumer recall, as we could all imagine. Amira Dasoor is someone who started a career as a model and then, is into films. Today, you're a brand ambassador for makeup, skincare, even a juice brand. She is, of course, a loved actor. She has a solid fan base and an insane 3.5 million followers on Instagram. Thank you for speaking to us. You will give us a very interesting and a different insight, which I think a lot of us, women leaders and entrepreneurs would be very keen to understand. Firstly, I want to ask that you've come from a very non-filmy family. Your father's a doctor and your brother's a chef. Wow. And so Dolly, how did the filmy kira, as they say, get to you? And we talked about support for women when they have slightly off, different kind of dreams that people don't understand. What was the sort of support that you got from your family and friends? Were you also told, come on, study medicine, CPMT though?
So I was actually a very good student in school, incidentally, because like I said, Dad was a surgeon, he was the medical director of a hospital, now he's retired. My mom's also an English major and a history major, so we're a very educated family. For mom and dad, education was always priority. And it was quite a shock for my father, especially when I said, I know I studied for so many years and all, but I wanted to get into acting. And my mother was the most supportive out of everybody. There was even a choice where I had to either finish school or choose my first film. And my mom, without even asking me, said she'll do the film. We'll make sure she finishes her 12th standard somewhere else. And she did make sure I did that. But I think that takes guts. You know, as a parent, somebody who cherishes education over everything, for my mother to have done that for me, I mean, I owe it to her. Like, this was because of my mother.
No, absolutely, and you're right in saying that because credit jai na jai mothers ko. If your child is off track, mothers are the one who have to take the brunt for it. But, again, bringing you back to when you got your first break, just like entrepreneurship, I think, the career in films also used to face a lot of rejections. How did you handle rejections, and what was it like? What were the struggles starting out as an actor?
I don't think you realize when you're getting into the industry, especially being an outsider, that it's not as glamorous, it's not as amazing as you think it is in your head. So that glass ceiling shattering for me at the age of 16, because I started modeling when I was 16 years old, and I started facing a lot of rejection there. People would say I was too thin, then it would be, no, she's too fat, no, she's too fair, no, she's like dark. So it depends on what brands were looking for, it depends on how they were casting. It was just never good enough. And, after a point I realized that I'll never be good enough for some people. And I just learned. And that's okay. Yeah. Because here it's like I've still worked with Vani, I've still worked with L'Oreal at the end of the day. So it will happen. It may not happen right now, but sometimes it's just you get put in front of the wrong people at the wrong time. And then you manage to get into the right people at the right time. But it's all about determination. Because I would go home and cry into a pillow. I would be like, I didn't get cast, it didn't like me. But I would still go back the next day for an audition. Yeah. And that is what's important. And I think as women, we have that in us. We keep going back and keep going back for more. Because, if you're not going to do it, no one's going to do it for you.
No one's going to do it. Yeah, because the rest of them are waiting for you to fail. Amara, as women and as girls, even when we're growing up, we're not really taught to handle money. People don't tell us where you should invest, how you should be saving, what you should be doing with your money. Because I think nobody expects us to earn a lot of money. So, what I want to know is that when the films and when these big brands started coming in, what was it like for you in terms of, handling money, where to invest? Were you good at it, or did it take learning?
No, not at all. My dad follows the stock market. I know about it now because now I've actually really delved into it. But it took me about a good 5 to 10 years to still understand it, understand which sites to go on, understand what to read, understand how, basically global politics affects our country and what is going to go up and go down in terms of the market. So I feel as women, it's a necessity for you to learn that. Because, I remember my father is a little arrogant because, I'm the firstborn daughter. So me and him keep clashing and I love him to death. But, for him, it was just like, you don't need to know about it. And I think it's very easy for men to do that, especially with women, because it's like he was handling it. So he's like, why do you need to know? And then I was like, no, but it's my money. As much as I trust you, I love you, and you have to look into it. You cannot be this oblivious princess and be like, no, Papa is taking care of my accounts. No. Or husbands for that. Or husbands at the end of the day. So for me, I always was that independent person okay, I don't know this, I will learn about it. And I don't feel stupid to admit that I don't know things. For me, I think it's very nice to be vulnerable and to say, listen, I don't understand this, can you explain? So I think as women, yes, it's okay to not know something, but then when you realize that this is something you lack, I think you should learn about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about financial independence, I think it is very important not just to earn money for us women, but also to know where our money is going and how we can make our money work for us. So good learning for you, Amara. Coming to, you as a brand ambassador for the brands, how do you choose, do you, and what is it that you bring to the table for the brands? How does celebrity endorsement actually work for a lot of our, entrepreneurs who have great products and possibly to look at, marketing them or to expand their reach? What is it that they should keep in mind, from if they're looking at a celebrity?
everything is digitalized now. I mean, Instagram is the platform to be on when it comes to marketing a product. Yes, you have to keep a very good following. That means you have to keep your followers very engaged. Because today we all get bored, honestly speaking. Even I scroll through Instagram endlessly. So for me, it's always about what extra thing do you bring? What is that oomph factor that you bring when you are promoting your brand? And especially with me, and when I take on collaborations and brand promotions, I actually sit with the people and we discuss different ways we can promote the brand. Sometimes they want a generic way, and that's totally fine, that's on them. But then sometimes, like, me and my team come up with creative ideas, like, okay, Amira's very into fitness, so maybe we can incorporate the skincare with her fitness routine. Because it's also very personal then. Like, my fans know, okay, Amira likes going hiking, Amira likes doing this, she likes doing that. So when I incorporate the product in my daily routine, it's actually natural, it's organic. And that's what really does well. That's something that I've noticed through my Instagram with my followers. Now, for other people, it may be different. Like, what do people engage on? So you have to do all of that research. You have to keep checking in with your followers. You have to do Ask Me Anything. You have to see what they like, the kind of questions they ask. So, especially my followers are very big on my skincare secrets. They're very, like, anytime I do an Ask Me Anything, I'll get about 100 questions just saying, can you explain your routine? So, from that way, I start building, and I build to see what they like, and I show them the products I'm using. So they kind of stay with you, and you build a community. And I think that's very important today, because that's what social media does. You want to build your community. You want your community to grow with you.
And I see your Instagram, and I see that sometimes you're free, sometimes you're quite authentic in that sense. You're not afraid to put out a very, it's not a very polished version of you. Is that something that you think works for your 3.5 million followers? And is that something that makes you a good, viable ambassador for a lot of brands?
For me, I grew up in school when I was in town. I actually got bullied very badly. I never looked like this. Like, I went to boarding school, I stayed with girls, and they actually dolled me out. I was a tomboy. And I've seen it both ways, and I've seen it what it's like when, you're not attractive to people. And I've seen what it's like, okay, when you become glamorous and how people sort of appreciate you more, because ultimately you're drawing people in. So, I mean, that's something that I've noticed, and that's something that I always carry with me in my Instagram, because for me it's like, no, I don't want to be fake. I don't want to be polished. I want to be myself. If you like me, great, follow me. If you don't like me, unfollow me. It's fine, but I will be true to myself. It's my Instagram page. It's my social media, not yours.
No, I think that is the appeal. And before we wrap up, Mara, I do want to know that there are so many celebrities, so many colleagues who are launching their businesses. Does that sort of appeal to you? Is that something that is tantalizing? Is that something that you have in mind?
So I'm actually working on something. Something very, very interesting in the apparel department. And we are going to launch something April, May. So it's only about 2 months away. So I'm very excited because, I feel once you've built that following, once you've reached that goal, I think you can do more with it. And I want to do more with it. I don't want to be just a pretty face. I don't want to be just a model. I want to make something and sell something to my followers that I care about, that I think they'll also really love. So, that itch is there. And I'm going to showcase it. So I'm very excited.
It is the entrepreneurial kira. Can't escape it. Finally, you see so many of these women entrepreneurs. A lot of them have successful businesses. A lot of them have overcome so many challenges. Their prejudices, their lack of support, there's lack of funding, there's so many other things. Does that, impress you that we have a room full of them, despite all of these odds, fighting for every opportunity, fighting to make their businesses big? Just what is going to be your, message to them?
I'm going to be in the same group as you guys soon, so I'm very scared. But I think it's amazing because I really feel when women pull together, and especially when women drive businesses, there's just a different aura. And like I said, my dad used to work a lot, so my mom was a stay-at-home mom. My sisters used to help my mom out when it came to raising me and my brother, my cousin sisters. So I've always had very, very strong women around me. And I love seeing that. I love seeing a room full of strong women. I love seeing a room full of smart women. And, I really hope to be sitting at that table next year.
So the nominations are going to be open next year. Amara, and we have a fantastic jury every year. We put together, hopefully some of the jury members will stick around. But this is going to be a great platform for some of the best businesses to be on it. This is a plug for Womenpreneur Awards 2026. Guys, with that, it's a wrap-up. Thank you so much, Amara, for speaking to us.
Thank you so much, Rekha. Thank you so much, Amira. And please, if I could ask Mr. Suyash here to join the stage once again to present an award to the beautiful Amira Dastoor, the iconic celebrity fashion brand ambassador of the year, and rightly so. Segment, it is an absolute privilege to call upon a distinguished leader who has been a driving force in governance, administration, and public policy. A visionary IAS officer who has dedicated her career to transformative policy making, women empowerment, and most importantly, grassroots development. Currently serving as Secretary, Government of Tripura, she has been at the forefront of impactful initiatives setting benchmarks in governance and leadership. Her journey is a testament to resilience, dedication, and the power of public service and how that can build a better future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a huge round of applause to Sonu Goyal, IAS Secretary, Government of Tripura. Ms. Goyal, if we can please have you join us on stage. Please give her a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Goyal. Please, you can take the stage and share a few words as a part of the keynote address. Thank you. Namaste and a very pleasant good evening to everyone. I am indeed proud, honored, and I feel privileged to be back again at the very esteemed award ceremony being organized here. And I attended the HerZindagi Awards last year also. So I am just reminded of those memories of meeting women, entrepreneurs, and celebrating their achievements, celebrating their power, and celebrating their achievements in all the way which we can. Mahatma Gandhi ji, the father of the nation, he very well had said that if we empower a woman, we empower the society and we empower the nation. And that is why we are all here. How and up to what level have we empowered the women around us? And what more needs to be done? What more can be done? If we see India's growth story, so we have the freedom struggle being led by the pioneers of Rani Lakshmibai, Jhansi Ki Rani, and many such women whose name we may not even know. But yes, their contributions mattered. Their contributions mattered a lot. And post-independence, if we see the way we are seeing women in leadership profiles. When India got independence, way back in 1951, we had our first parliament wherein 15 women were elected as the MP. only 15 at that particular point of time, way back in 1951. And now if we see, we have in September 2023, a very important and a landmark legislation on women reservation, which has been enacted, which provides 33% of reservation for women in parliament and the state assemblies. So this August audience, they represent various parts of the country. And when I was inquiring, when I was reading about this program before I came in, I was so delighted to see the initiatives from rural areas, initiatives from towns. They are all being recognized over here by a very esteemed jury. And if we see the way we are progressing, India is becoming a global superpower. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, he has given us an very important and an imperative ambition of Viksit Bharat. And if we want to achieve this vision, goal, aim of Viksit Bharat, definitely we need to have this courage, we need to have this innovation within us. And we as women, we have to contribute towards scripting India's growth story. And it is not only being part of government, it is not only being part of the parliament, it is very well you all being part of the business setup, becoming the entrepreneurs, becoming professors, contributing towards science and technology, sports, and all fields which we can assume, which we can think upon. If we see India's women, there is no field now left out in which we have not seen women making their strides and feeling their and showing their presence at the global arena. Whether it is sports or whether it is the science mission, which was very ably led by the ISRO scientists. And as we all have read, as we have all seen, Miss Ritu, how she and her team, they have led the space mission, especially the Chandrayaan mission. And when we are talking about women moving forward, this is also very, very important to understand that they cannot do it alone. Why they cannot do it alone? Because our society is still not equal. Maybe we living in urban areas, maybe we do not feel that much of a need, but when we go deeper into our roots of the country, when we go into the rural areas, we will definitely be seeing that there are women, there are girls, young girls who want to study, there are young girls who want to have their higher education, but somehow due to lack of maybe finances with their parents or lack of access of resources and opportunities, they are not able to do so. So therein definitely comes the role of the government, the role of the administration, but also therein comes the role of private sector. Because we as part of government, we try, but there are many times resource constraints, there are many times financial constraints, human resource constraints. And as part of Indian Administrative Service, I was selected in 2008. And I have spent my initial 8 years of my service in Tripura, a very beautiful state in northeastern part, which frankly I would like to admit that I had never traveled beyond the northern part before I got into civil services. And going to Tripura, joining there, learning Lu language, interacting with the tribal population, seeing their problems firsthand, it actually gave me a lot of experiences which was never also I could not foresee. And then after that, I worked in Haryana on intercaste deputation for 4 years, and I again went back to Tripura. So there are hardly 2 or 3 states which I have not travelled across. But whenever I travel more towards the rural areas, we definitely need to see and we definitely need to empower the young girls. Because the young girls are the future. They will become part of the society. And if we take the percentage of women, for example, we talked about the parliament, coming to the civil services to which I belong to, Madam Anna Rajan Malhotra, way back in 1951, she became the first woman ICS officer to be selected in civil services, 1951. And when she was selected, there was a caveat in her posting, there was a caveat in her service joining formalities that if she marries, she will have to resign. So just imagine the way our society mindset was there. That if you marry a lady, if she marries, she is also an ICS officer. If she marries, she will have to resign. Later on, of course, this restriction was removed. And now we have so many women coming forth. In the result of 2023, India saw that almost 33% of the total selected candidates, officers by the UPSC Civil Services examination was women candidates. So it is heartening to say that yes, now at least 1/3 of them are coming, but this ratio has to be at least 50%. It has to be at least half. Then only we can talk about gender parity, then only we can talk about society becoming equal. And just to mention very briefly about how I came into civil services, so it was not like my childhood dream to be in civil services. I have also, like you, some of you, I have also worked in the corporate sector. I am a qualified CS, LLB, later on I did my LLM also. So it was very late when I was almost completing my graduation that I came across civil services, and by that, till that time, I had never discussed this with my family because nobody was in this service earlier. My family belongs to Haryana, and as we know that Haryana has had deep patriarchy rooted. So when I came across civil services way back in 2003, I wanted to do it, but then there were a lot of inhibitions. My parents did not readily agree because we know the selection is not short. If we say that data, 10 lakh plus aspirants fill the prelims form and the selection is in few hundreds. And if we talk about the selection in IAS, IPS, it is even lesser. It is hardly 400 to 500 who will get selected every year. So this risk was very high, and even if I get selected, then there was no guarantee, there was no surety of what service I would get, what cadre I would get, and then how will I settle my family life. And more so, I come from such a community जिसमें ये बोला जाता था कि अगर लड़कियों को ज़्यादा पढ़ाओगे तो उनका suitable match नहीं मिलेगा. So that was also a kind of a society which I have seen. But I am thankful that my parents, they supported, my father especially, he believed in me, and Papa only suggested that if you want to do civil services, do not just let your career go like that, you should have a plan B. So I took his advice and I started my civil services preparation. Along with that, I did my LLB. I also started my part-time job as a company secretary because I started it after completing my graduation and my CS course. So those 3 years were very tough, managing time for examination, for my law, for my part-time job. It was not easy, but I think it was my commitment. Of course, there are people who support you, my family, my father, my mother, my siblings. So it is also very, very important to understand that yes, when a girl wants to do something, it is also imperative for the society that the society also let her groom, let her blossom. And the society also has to empower her. And when you are getting that opportunity, then it is up to us, we the women, that how do we utilize that potential, how do we grab that opportunity. That is also very, very important. And we should always appreciate the people who have supported in our journeys, whether it is a male or a female. And there are many males around us, within our families, within the society, who also support. So we should always not crib about that males are not supportive or a female is doing everything on her own, or you have to have your battle totally alone. It is not like that. Yes, in some cases it is like that, but not everywhere. So wherever you are getting that support, for example, my father has been very supportive. Now my husband, he is very, very supportive. He is an IRS officer. And because of him, I think, because of his support, I have been able to manage my professional and personal commitments. I am a mother of 2 kids. So it demands time both at the personal front also. So therefore it is important that yes, we recognize the contribution by men. That is also very, very important. And for women it is also one thing I would like to say that your journey would be more challenging than the male counterpart. You may have to face a higher share of maybe, sacrifices or the balances. As an officer, I can say that yes, even in administration, it is not equal everywhere. There are still many posts in India in which we have not seen women officers even till now. But situation is changing in a positive way. And in my career also, there have been some postings where I became the first female officer to be posted. So it definitely comes with a lot of responsibilities, but I think that with our potential, with our commitment, because sincerity and commitment is, I think, God gifted to females. So if we leverage that, if we give our 100%, there is nothing we cannot do. And that is why we have such kind of platforms wherein we need to encourage women power, we need to celebrate, we need to reinforce that commitment within our own self, that yes, we can do it and there are not many things we can do. It is not only that if you have achieved that is sufficient. You need to empower other women around you. So recently I visited Adi Mahotsav Festival, which was being organized by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. And I was so much delighted to see women entrepreneurs from various parts of the country, especially the tribal population, because it is primarily dedicated for empowering the tribal population. And I always try to encourage and empower because I have served in the remotest locations. I got this opportunity. So whenever I get this opportunity, I interact, I try to learn from them, their experience. It was so heartening. And even the sari which I am wearing today for this program, I bought it 2 days back from the Adi Mahotsav only. And that was beautifully curated by one of the women entrepreneurs. She came from Gujarat. So these are very small things which we can do in our daily life. And there is no end to it, to what we can achieve. So just keep believing in yourself. And sky is the limit. Accelerate action is a theme for International Women's Day 2025. Let us all keep empowering not only ourselves, keep empowering the society around us. With few lines, I would just like to end my talk. This is from movie Pink, and I'm sure you all must have heard these lines. तू आरती की लौ नहीं, तू आरती की लौ नहीं, तू क्रोध की मशाल है. तू आरती की लौ नहीं, तू क्रोध की मशाल है. तो खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है. तो चल तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है. So let us all keep scripting our own path. We are Ma Saraswati, we have Ma Saraswati, we have Goddess Durga, we have all Shaktis which are present within us three. Let us all recognize, nurture and keep empowering the women talent around us. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm wishing you all a very, very happy International Women's Day in advance. Thank you so much. Jai Bharat. Thank you so much, Soulashri. अपनी इतनी अच्छी बातें हमारे साथ शेयर की और आप बहुत खूबसूरत रही है त्रिपुरा की साड़ी में. Please give her a huge round of applause. And in order to felicitate now, can we please have on stage Mr. Kaur once again? Gaurav-ji, please give Gaurav-ji a huge round of applause. Other than celebrating HerZindagi, we are also celebrating his Zindagi. Thank you so much. Thank you. absolute privilege to introduce a distinguished leader who has excelled in both the legal and the political spheres of our country. A senior advocate at the Supreme Court of India, she has built a formidable career in law, advocating for justice and policy reforms. As a member of parliament from the New Delhi and Lok Sabha constituency and the secretary of BJP Delhi, she plays an integral role in shaping governance and public sector. With no further ado, please join me in welcoming Ms. Basuri Swaraj with a huge round of applause. Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Member of Parliament, New Delhi, Lok Sabha constituency and Secretary, BJP Delhi. Now, if you could please share a few words with us. Please join us on stage. Mata ki. What a privilege and an honor to be here amongst fellow women who are trailblazers, who are absolutely path makers. And I must compliment the Jagran Parivar for hosting these awards. I really like the fact that they said her vision, her resilience, her impact. When they speak about her vision, कल हम सब जब मन की बात सुन रहे थे तो वहां पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक श्लोक हम सबसे साझा करा. उन्होंने कहा, विद्या समस्त देव देव भेदा श्रेष्ठ समस्त सकला जगत्सु, यानी हे देवी संपूर्ण विद्याएं तुम्हारे में भिन्न भिन्न स्वरूप से है, यानी स्थापित. जगत में जितनी भी स्त्रियां हैं ये सब तुम्हारी ही मूर्ति है. जगदम्बा, एकमात्र तुमने ही इस विश्व को व्याप्त कर रखा है. तुम्हारी स्तुति क्या हो सकती है? तुम तो सतत हो और कर्मयोगिनी हो. I was actually thinking when he's talking about the vision, and मुझसे पहले सोनल जी here was also talking about how Adi Devi is already within a woman. She was talking about a woman's path. यानी वो जो ये कह रही थी कि दुर्गा, सरस्वती और लक्ष्मी तीनों की शक्ति समाहित है देवी में. मैं सोनल जी से बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ, लेकिन ये कहना चाहूंगी कि केवल त्रिदेवियों की शक्ति नहीं बल्कि त्रिदेवों की शक्ति भी समाहित अगर किसी में है तो वो स्त्री है. जब भी असुरों पे चढ़ाई करनी थी तो देवताओं को भी सबसे पहले हवन कर माँ दुर्गा का आवाहन करना पड़ा. चाहे वो ब्रह्मा जी का कमंडल हो, चाहे वो विष्णु जी का सुदर्शन चक्र हो, चाहे वो महादेव का त्रिशूल हो, एक ही आराध्य है जो तीनों शक्तियों को अपने अंदर समाहित करता है, एंड दैट इज माँ दुर्गा. कहते हैं ना, कोमल है कमजोर नहीं तो शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है. So when we are talking about her vision, कल मन की बात में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हंसाबेन मेहता जी की का भी जिक्र करा. मैं जब ये श्लोक का उन्होंने जिक्र करा, हंसाबेन मेहता जी का जिक्र करा कि किस तरह 1947 में कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली को जब वो दे रही थी भारत का पहला फ्लैग, तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि देश की नारी का ही एक योगदान है इस देश को सशक्त करने में और इस देश को समृद्ध करने में. तो मैं ये सोच रही थी कि ये विजन of empowering the nation by harnessing and leveraging the Shakti of Nari Shakti of this country is something that was articulated by our forefathers and our foremothers in 1947 itself. So first of all, I think from this stage we should give a round of applause to the generation that came before us. Because they are the ones who actually shattered through the glass ceiling. And they have enabled that I am standing here before you as a senior advocate, as a member of parliament, as a public representative, as a secretary of BJP Delhi, talking to you and talking to other women who are equally, if not more empowered than even me. The second aspect is that of resilience. When I think of resilience, the first example of women entrepreneurship that comes to my mind is that of Lijjat Papa.
हम सब ने लिज्जत पापड़ खाया है। वैसे भी जिसके भी घर में खिचड़ी बनती है और हम सबके घर में बनती है, तो मुझे याद है मेरी माँ प्यार से एक छोटा सा वाक्य कह के खिचड़ी परोसती थी, ये कह के कि खिचड़ी तेरे 4 यार, घी दही पापड़ और अचार। आई एम सो हैप्पी आई सी पीपल नॉटिंग देयर। वो पापड़ की कहानी केवल खाने तक सीमित नहीं है, वो पापड़ की कहानी has become an emblem of empowerment, not only of women but of the nation as well. In 1959, 7 women from Mumbai took an 80-rupee loan to start Liज्जत Papad. Can you believe that? 7 महिलाओं की आत्मशक्ति, 7 महिलाओं की इंटेंशन, और आज आप हैरान होंगे that the valuation of Liज्जत Papad is 1,600 crore rupees. So that is the story not only of her resilience but also of her impact. I'm very proud to say कि ये नया भारत है, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नया भारत है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी केवल महिला सशक्तिकरण की बात नहीं करते, वो महिलाओं के नेतृत्व में देश के सशक्तिकरण की बात करते हैं। The rhetoric of women empowerment and the philosophy of women empowerment, ladies and gentlemen, has progress to women-led development. What that means is that we are ensuring that first of all, women are empowered socially through Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. We are making sure that the gender ratio, that the sex ratio in the country is now at a respectable rate. क्योंकि unfortunately, भले ही वो देश था जहाँ पर नारियों को देवी की तरह पूजा जाता था, लेकिन over time हमारी संस्कृति में कुछ ऐसा अपभ्रंश हुआ, ऐसी कुरीतियाँ आई, ऐसी विकृतियाँ आई कि हमारे देश की बेटियों से जीवन का हक ही छीन लिया गया। लेकिन मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है कहते हुए that after a decade of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, now the gender sex ratio in the country is almost balanced. Then the whole aspect comes of economic empowerment. हम सब ने अपनी बचत की आदत हमारी माताओं से, हमारी नानियों से, हमारी दादियों से सीखी। तो नानी जो रामायण के पन्नों में पैसा छुपाती है, वो दादी जो चीनी के जार में रुपया छुपाती है, उन चोरी के पैसों से कुल्फी फलूदा खाने की मिठास ही अलग है। And I know कि यहाँ पर बैठे हुए ज्यादातर लोग इस सुख से वंचित नहीं रहे होंगे। लेकिन कितनी अजीब बात है कि जिन्होंने हमें बचत सिखाई, they were themselves deprived from actually organized banking sector. लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना से एक intentional, एक motivated मुहिम छिड़ी जहाँ पर हम इस देश के लोगों को जो unorganized sector में थे, जो organized banking sector से वंचित थे, उन सबके बैंक अकाउंट्स खुले। I'm so proud to tell you कि प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना में 52.3 करोड़ बैंक अकाउंट्स खुले हैं, जिसमें से 55.6% actually belong to the women of this nation. जब आप बैंकिंग सेक्टर में उनको लेकर आते हैं तो आप सरल कर देते हैं कि जब वो अपना उद्यम शुरू करना चाहते हैं, you actually encourage them to become entrepreneurs, and what you do, you ensure that you have schemes like प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना. I am so proud to say that in Mudra Yojana, 69% of loans have actually been taken by women entrepreneurs in the country. कोई ब्यूटी पार्लर चला रही है, कोई अपना एक छोटी सी दुकान चला रही है, कोई अपना टेलरिंग का इंस्टीट्यूट चला रही है, या अपना लोकल बुटीक चला रही है. Entrepreneurship does not always mean CEOs of large companies. Every single auntie that does that 20 rupee threading for you is an entrepreneur in her own right. And I'll tell you what's the beauty of a woman entrepreneur. She's not there just for profit. Every single woman entrepreneur is there for a purpose. Every single woman entrepreneur ends up becoming an ecosystem that goes ahead and ensures that you sustain the livelihoods of many families. आपके कारण कई लोगों के घरों के चूल्हे चल रहे हैं। लेकिन आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण का महत्व अधूरा रह जाता है अगर हम राजनीतिक सशक्तिकरण नहीं करते, क्योंकि if you are not a parcel and not a participant in the policy making process, then everything becomes an exercise in futility. And therefore, I'm proud to say from this state, 18वीं लोकसभा आखिरी लोकसभा है जिसमें आप वुमेन को अंडर रिप्रेजेंटेड देखेंगे, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी जी लेकर आए हैं नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, 33% reservation in legislative assemblies as well as parliament, which is going to be invoked from 2029. यानी आपके अगले जनरल इलेक्शन में हर राजनीतिक दल को 33% women candidates को रण में उतारना ही पड़ जाएगा, ये उन पे अनिवार्य हो जाएगा। यानी अब मेरे देश की मातृशक्ति भी इस देश के नीति निर्माण में अपनी भागीदारी निभाएगी। अब मेरे देश की मातृशक्ति भी इस देश की भाग्य विधाता बनेगी। My compliments to the Jagran family once again, and many congratulations to all the winners. आप सब जितने भी यहाँ पर विजेता बैठे हैं, आप सबको बहुत शुभकामनाएं इसलिए नहीं दे रही क्योंकि आप विजेता हैं, बल्कि आपको शुभकामनाएं इसलिए दे रही हूँ, बधाई इसलिए दे रही हूँ क्योंकि आप सब अपने आप में एक सामाजिक क्रांति है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच। So much, Basra ji, कितनी powerful बातें की हैं इन्होंने नारी सशक्तिकरण के बारे में। Please give her a huge round of applause. It is absolutely lovely to hear from women who are into policy making and who also understand the grassroots level so well. So thank you for doing that. It's an absolute pleasure to hear you. Can I please request Mr. Anush Rasin to join us on stage to felicitate Basri Swaraj ji. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए। You've been waiting for has finally arrived. लेकिन इससे पहले कि मैं अवार्ड सेक्शन शुरू करूँ, एक बार जोर से तालियां बजाइए अपने लिए। You have been so patient and so amazing, genuinely, and you're all so smiling and so excited. I absolutely love that. So the moment you've been waiting for has arrived. Tonight we celebrate the unstoppable spirit, innovation, and resilience of women entrepreneurs. And in order to present the first set of awards, which is the jury categories, can I please welcome on stage Megha ji, Seema ji, and Tripti ji to give away the awards. Can we please give them a huge round of applause? ये huge round नहीं पड़ेगी। And the award goes to Ankita Bora, Director of Anjana Se. Please congratulate Ankita Bora for a huge round of applause. Ankita ji, congratulations. बहुत बहुत बधाई. And you look so beautiful today. And the next award, thank you so much, Ankita ji.
And the next category is the Beauty Boss Awards. Please join me in congratulating Malini Adapureddy, founder and CEO of Deconstruct. Malini ji, if we could have you on stage. Talia bajti rehni chahiye. Congratulations. Photo, Malini ji. And the next award is won by a joint winners, the Wellness Warrior Award. For this, we have two award winners. We have Sayantani Mandal, co-founder and CMO, Works Up Wellness, and Jasmine Modi, the founder of Apple. Can you please have Sayantani and Jasmine on stage? Congratulations. Congratulations to both of you. Please pose for a photograph with our jury. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. The next award is the category for the e-commerce brand of the year. Please give a huge round of applause to the winner, Achal Mahajan, co-founder and CEO of Snowplay. Achal, congratulations on this very well-deserved win. And the next award is for the Sustainable Brand of the Year. Please join me in congratulating Gayatri Varun, founder and director of Green Hermitage. Gayatri ji, please please for you. Congratulations. Thank you, Gayatri ji. I know हम नारी शक्ति को सेलिब्रेट कर ही रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ युवा नारी शक्ति, the Young Entrepreneur Award goes to, please join me in congratulating Radhika Ghai, founder and CEO of Advanced PR. Congratulations, The next award is for the Creative Industry Entrepreneur, and the winner is Aditi Srivastava, co-founder, MD and CEO of Pocket Aces. Aditi ji, please take the money. Congratulations. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, म्यूजिक बजे ना बजे. Congratulations, Aditi. And the next category is for the FinTech Entrepreneur. Please join me in congratulating the winner is Shruti Agarwal, co-founder of SoftFin. Congratulations, Shruti. Thank you very much. And the next award is for the Shattering Boundaries Award, and the winner is Mamta Rawat, Director of Jomo Solutions Private Limited. Mamta ji, congratulations. Please join us on stage. Please clap Mamta Rawat, Director of Jomo Solutions. And the next award is for the Tech Disruptor Award, and the award goes to Monica Tiwari, co-founder, Kaur Green Tech Private Limited. Congratulations, Monica. Please continue giving her a huge round of applause. And the next category is for excellence in education. And the winner is Aparna Sindhu, co-founder of Guruverse AI. Aparna ji, please join us on stage for the Excellence in Education Award. So much. Thank you very much. For the next set of awards, can I please also ask Ms. Basari Swaraj, ma'am, Jane se pehle, if you could please join us on stage to give away the next set of awards. Should we join you? You can sing. Now can you please? Joining us, ma'am. The next award is for the Staff of Visionary of the Year, and the winner is Shreya Sharma, founder and director of Rest to Taste. Congratulations, Shreya ji. Thank you. The next award is for the Culinary Visionary Award, and we are joint winners. Please give a huge round of applause to our winners, Bhavna Bisht, founder of Cafe Commune from my hometown of Dehradun, and Dolly Jain, director and co-founder of Food Mountains Group. Dolly ji, please join Bhavna. Congratulations, Bhavna and Gauri. Kitni lazeez category hai ye, so thank you for that. The next award goes to Best in Lifestyle Products Award, and the award goes to Pooja Bansal, founder of Artix. Pooja ji, please join us. Give her a huge round of applause for doing something so different and so innovative. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. जाते जाते आपका रोक लिया, लेकिन बिल्कुल मलाल नहीं है. Thank you so much for sharing stage with us. Thank you, ma'am. For the next set of awards, can I please ask Sonal ji to join us on stage? Please, Sonuji. Please give her a huge round of applause to give away the next set of awards. Thank you, ma'am. And the next category is for Best in Lifestyle Products Award. And the award goes to, sorry, my bad. The next award goes to the Changemaker Awards, and we have joint winners. We have Kanchan Gupta, founder and CEO of HerZindagi, and Neeta Devan, founder and director of UPLab. Kanchan Ji and Neeta Ji, please join us on stage. Another winner on stage as well. Yes, she's running through it. Almost there. Let's do a group photo. Thank you so much to the winners. And the next category is for the Corporate Conqueror Award. And the winner is Dolly Jain, Joint Managing Director of TT Limited. Dolly Jain, please come up on stage and congratulations. Congratulations, Dolly Jain. Thank you so much. And the next award is for the Artisan Excellence Award. And the winner is Anjali Singh, Secretary of Jute Artisans Guild Association. Anjali Ji, congratulations. Please come up on stage. We're now starting with the set 2 of awards. We have Trailblazer in Women's Financial Empowerment, and these are the Editor's Choice Awards. And the award goes to Anushka. Anushka Soham Batwal, CEO and founder of Harjinder. Anushka, please join us on stage. Please give her a huge round of applause. Okay, we will move on to the next category. Innovative Leader in Finance and Technology goes to Sujata. Dr. Sujata Seshadrinathan, Director of IT, Product and Process, Basis Fund Services. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. The next award is for Heritage and Innovation, and the award goes to Siddha Rani, co-founder of Adivasi Nilambari Herbal Hair Oil. Siddha Ji, if we can please have you on stage. Congratulations and well done. I can see your supporters in the crowd clapping for you. Please give her a huge round of applause. बहुत बहुत मुबारक, आपको बहुत बधाई. थैंक यू सुधा जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. बहुत मुबारक, बहुत बधाई. Thank you. The next award is for Trailblazer in Talent and Brand Collaborations, and the winner is Isha Gupta, founder and CEO of Stargazing Entertainment. Congratulations, Isha. And the next award is the Next Gen Trendsetter Award, and the award goes to Akriti Rawal, founder of House of Chicken Curry. Akriti, if we can please have you on stage. We will move to the Next Gen Trendsetter Award, and the award goes to Soumya Mishra, founder of Avatar Skincare. Soumya ji, congratulations. Congratulations, Soumya. And the next award goes to Anshika Mehrotra for the Next Gen Trendsetter Award. Do we have Anshika here with us? For the next category of Next Gen Trendsetter Award, can I please welcome on stage Kriti Tuna, Creative Director and founder of Doodler. Congratulations, Kriti. I love what you're wearing. Congratulations. And the Next Gen Trendsetter Award goes to Ananya Kapoor, founder and CEO of Type Beauty. Can you please give a huge round of applause for Ananya Kapoor? Next Gen Trendsetter Award goes to none other than Dimple Kapoor, CEO of Mayala, label Dimple Kapoor. Please give her a huge round of applause. Congratulations, Dimple. You look absolutely stunning. Thank you, Dimple. You look beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And to end the award ceremony on a very sweet note, we have a special award for tonight. And I have actually tasted their amazing chocolates tonight. And the award goes to Pragati Sahani, founder of Chocolatey Chocolates LLP. Pragati, we can have you on stage, and everyone should taste your mocha flavor. It's very, very tasty. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया प्रगति खाने के बाद हमेशा मीठा होना चाहिए सो आई एम ग्लैड कि हम इस शाम को एक मीठे नोट पे एंड कर रहे हैं मेघा जी
Okay, thank you so much for being here and congratulations to all the awardees. Before we wrap up, we have very special partners. She's up on stage right now. Womenators have been a big support for us. These people, it's a group that is really helping women achieve their dreams. And we have been fortunate to work with them, very dedicated team. They helped us reach out to the right people. We're so proud of the sort of nominations that we saw today. The awardees, we're so proud of them. And that's thanks to our community partners, Womenators. And we have Seema, we have Sonali. I would like to
please ask you to felicitate our partners, coordinators. Tripti, thank you. Thank you so much.
Please give them a huge round of applause. Can I please ask all the winners to come on stage for a group photo? If you're still around, please come up on stage for a last group photo before we end the evening. जो यहाँ पे हैं वो लोग आ जाइए please. Dimple ji, please join us. All the winners, if I can have you all back up on stage, we will take a group photo. This night would not have been possible without our esteemed sponsors, knowledge and ecosystem partners, Wiki Flow, community partners, Womenpreneur, partner LIC, digital media partner Daily Hunt, fragrance partner Fonzie Foxy, beauty partner White Tone, appliance partner Kenstar, gifting partner Clovia. Please do not leave today without tasting a specially curated dinner for you all. The lovely HerZindagi group is also on stage. Please give them a huge round of applause. Huge round of applause to Jagran New Media. It has been such a warm evening. Thank you so much, ladies and some gents, for keeping the enthusiasm alive. My name is Priya Malik, and it's been an absolute pleasure to host the evening for you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. खाना खाते जाइएगा, मुंह मीठा करते जाइएगा. मेघा के लिए एक बार तालियां. This hard-working Megha Mumbai, ladies and gentlemen.
And a huge round of applause for Priya. All those who weren't Priya's fans, who are those people? But you've gained more fans today, Priya. Thank you so much. A gift from our gifting partner.